Rajim, Bismillah, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of God, the most beneficent and merciful. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Right, good, good. So welcome everyone to this joint conference during, what can I say? I was trying to use the right adjective, but horrible time, horrible. I remember the Queen of the UK using the word annus horribilis. So for the UK, it seems to be annus horribilis for the world now. So anyway, when me and I wasn't going to do this conference immediately. We usually do one, but when Epstein, we had done one in December. We do them carefully, but I had to. Initially, we were thinking about Epstein, the Epstein affair. We realized it would have implications. Exactly what implications is only now unfolding, with more and more information being leaked and the names being revealed. And then after Davos, then the Gaza war was still there, or genocide, and then the Iran war. Then we realized, hell, excuse the language, that we need to do something. This is serious because now we know Iran is linked to the global energy. It's not just two sides or three sides hitting it out. It affects everyone. So we agreed we need to do this conference. But the way we've done it is that we've connected global war with the Epstein files, with the bombing of Iran, but more importantly with Diabology. We think they're all connected, and it's important for thinkers who are going beyond, geopolitics and current affairs to look at underlying phenomenon. So, although Tony is meant to speak, he's quite a leading independent investigator, journalist in UK, runs a radio channel. I've known him for ages. I'm sure he'll come. But in the meantime, Dr. Francis McGuinness from Australia wants to look at a dimension on the Epstein files and evil networks on education perspectives from trauma, obviously giving a feminine dimension. So over to you, Francis. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. I would like to start with acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge the Binjara people of the Noongar Nation, the original inhabitants and traditional owners on the land in which I am speaking. I pay my respects to the traditional custodians, their elders, past, present, and emerging, and the continuing cultural and spiritual practices of the local Aboriginal people. Always was, always will be Aboriginal land. I've written a script today because this is a very emotional subject for me, speaking about the Epstein files. So the script helps me separate myself a little bit from the emotion that will stop me speaking. So excuse me for having my little script ready. Thank you for giving me this space to be witnessed. The views expressed here are my own and not that of my employer or organisation. My name is Francis McGuinness. I am a Catholic Druid, a musician, composer, teacher, and mother to 3 young adults. 2 of them are diagnosed autistic. 1 of them is non-speaking. I've recently completed a PhD using autoethnography, which examines the self within culture. The following poetical rendering threads personal narrative from the study with the public issue of violence against women in the shadow of the Epstein files. A word of warning that sexual abuse will be discussed, including my own experiences. I only ask that you listen with empathy. Keeping in mind that sexual violence is underreported, globally, approximately 1 in 3 females 15 and over have been subjected to physical and/or sexual intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, or both at least once in their life. Approximately 137 women and girls are killed every day by intimate partners or family members. In 2024, it was estimated that 50,000 women and girls were killed this way. Men still overwhelmingly commit these crimes and still largely control the economic livelihoods of women, which perpetuates this culture. Women in countries classified as lowest income, in conflict-affected and climate-vulnerable settings, are disproportionately affected by sexual violence. This violence is a primary driver of homelessness for women. In economic terms, gender-based violence costs the global economy at least 1.5 trillion US dollars annually. My mother grew up in a household with domestic violence. We are Scots-Irish, and the complex trauma runs deep. We survived colonization, eventually forced out by the Great Hunger of the mid-1800s. For just over 100 years, we barely survived Scotland. We stuck to our own. My DNA test came back 100% Irish. According to my mother, they occasionally visited home. We suffered for generations in Glasgow. So when the opportunity to emigrate presented itself, my parents left, arriving in Australia in 1964 to find peace through a safe, good family life in the land of opportunity. There was a distinct, sometimes confusing lack of affection from both my parents. However, unlike Mum's childhood experiences, there was no alcoholism or physical violence in our home. There was no sexual abuse. For the first time in generations, we had no serious anxieties about survival. It was easy to feel grateful. The air was fresh and warm, and the pristine forest we lived in was full of daily adventures. However, I often felt a longing for family, for cousins, aunts, and uncles, for grandparents. My older sisters all left home by the time I was 10 years old. So during my adolescence, I developed a strong relationship with my mother. She was my singing teacher and my confidant. I admired her musical talent. Her capacity to move people through singing was immense. Music drew us together. It was our common ground and the backbone of our relationship. From Mum, I grew a deep love of music and spirituality, a belief in music's capacity for healing and building community. And as I grew, I became increasingly aware how Mum's childhood trauma inflicted by her father had affected her, and therefore was affecting me. She oscillated between high and low moods. At her best, she was charismatic and outgoing, a vital part of the parish community. At her worst, she couldn't get out of bed. She was mean and impatient. Sometimes I came home from high school and she'd be tucked up in bed. I'd make her a cup of tea and sit by her, watching her slowly come alive. On those days, she told me stories of her disastrous childhood. These stories came alive in my mind's eye. I was proud of my mum. She was a warrior who fought for a better life and who was breaking toxic cycles. I developed a precocious understanding of trauma and its impacts. I learnt the power of a cup of tea and a listening ear, of sharing stories, the importance of being witnessed. Mum ran away from home at the age 14 and lived safely with her uncle until she married my father. When I was around this same tender age of 14, Mum guided me through my first experience of bullying. During this difficult time, I learnt an important lesson. I did not retaliate against my bully. I tried to have a conversation with her to find out why she hated me so, but she would not speak it. I held myself together for a year with Mum coaching me. She gave advice and explanations. Rosie is just jealous. Do not lower yourself. Turn the other cheek. She knew I loved Jesus. After a year of bullying, I transferred schools, and on the day before I left, my bully handed me a long letter. In sum, she wrote that she was sorry, she was jealous, she hoped for forgiveness. That was my first experience of the green-eyed monster, or what we might call a demon. I left for a new horizon, and leaving the past behind came naturally. What followed was 2 fantastic final years of high school. I flourished. I blossomed. However, I was carrying a trauma that nobody knew about. I had been sexually assaulted at a pop music concert. I had to pretend to faint so as to get pulled out of the crowd by security. Over the next few years, this trauma emerged sporadically as hurt or fear or anxiety about being attacked. I tried to leave it behind me, but it followed me. Only as a grown woman have I come to understand how this early sexual assault affected me, how all the serious abuses that came after have changed me, stolen my joy, disrupted my studies, affected my work life. The trauma eventually caused me to isolate myself. I lost friends and struggled with deep resentment. Life became surreal when the veneer of safety dropped. All abusive events caused great grief and a sense of ambiguous loss. That is, a grief for a life I should have had. I exposed these darkest parts of my journey in my PhD, illuminating the power of music, story, and knowing thyself to recovery and well-being. Telling my story in this scholarly fashion led to many discoveries and new understandings of the culture I live within. Over the past decade, I've been hearing more voices of women like me who have suffered at the hands of men. In 2017, the Me Too movement, originally started in 2006 by Tarana Burke, burst onto the stage, and in 2018, the hashtag Me Too was tweeted 19 million times. During my PhD, the Epstein files opened, exposing a network of predators in the upper economic echelons of our society. And recently, the Giselle Perico case exposed the radical evil of everyday people, the enemy in our bedrooms. It is painful to witness women's grief. I understand their loss of innocence and the loss of faith in humankind. But it also kindles hope within me that voices will be heard, that we might heal and have justice and peace.
Just one second, just one second, Francis. Everyone, yes. There may be new people here. Could everyone put yourself on mute, please? If you're not speaking, that way there's no interruption.
No, right.
Okay, carry on, Francis. Okay. Yeah.
As a girl and woman in this society, I know what it is to be infantilized, objectified, othered, and dehumanized. I have struggled to find safety. I know how it feels to go unheard, to be coerced and gaslit, to be bullied and manipulated, to lose parts of myself to trauma, to be abused in front of my own children and behind closed doors, to be desperate, to be homeless. This story is not only mine, it belongs to many women. In our society, sexual assault and domestic violence are highly underreported. Many girls and women do not seek formal help or report to the police. A fear of retaliation, shame, a lack of faith in the justice system, and the normalization of sexual violence stifles and drowns out our voices. When I disclosed my abuses to family members, I was told I should have known better. I was asked curious questions about my state, and why didn't I sense the danger? How does one forgive such betrayals? I was an adolescent when Epstein started hunting in the mid-1980s. It was a time of fashion magazines featuring pop stars to worship and heartthrobs to dream about. Preying on the shaky self-esteem and confusion of teenage girls was normalized. A particular girls' magazine often included articles about famous men 10 years or more older than the readership. The winners of the cover girl competitions were often 13 to 15-year-old girls. Many were sexualized in their photo shoots. The magazine included diet tips and concerns about beach bodies and thigh gaps, articles about what it is to be famous, rich, and successful. The culture was primed for Epstein and associates. It should be no surprise that my decade-long eating disorder started during this time. Throughout my teenage years, Mum continually steered me away from this culture. I was disallowed teen magazines, no posters of famous boys or men on the wall, no Australian soap operas. Mum had a strong impact on the development of my beliefs and my values in this way. And unlike other girls my age who saw their mums as old or not cool or foolish, I respected and admired my mum. She was my singing teacher, and every Sunday at church for 16 years I sat beside her and led the congregation in singing. It is true that I dreamt of being famous, but I recognized the disparity. African children were starving in a famine, while famous singers had luxury apartments. When I was 14, a drummer who played music with us on special occasions suggested that Mum take me to America. He said my talent was wasted here. Mum's response was, I'm not feeding my daughter to the wolves. But Mum couldn't always protect me, and there were predators here. The pathway for my future was confined by the needs of the colony, and the education I received in the convent school was focused on preparing me to be a mother and wife, to provide good stock for the colony. I resented being restricted to this role, to sewing, cooking, and typing classes. I found assimilation and normalization dehumanizing and confusing, frustrating and limiting, unjust. I believed Australia was progressive and that women had opportunities, and I was going to pursue music. I was 16 when Mum started me meditating to help my anxiety and insomnia. Since then, I have regularly meditated and have explored different traditions and disciplines. I credit it with holding me together through the hardest times, also to the ongoing maintenance of my well-being. It also enabled some profound spiritual experiences. When I left home, I found myself vulnerable, unable to properly take care of myself. And during that first year of out of home, I was sexually assaulted by 3 people known to me. Suffice to say, my mental health plummeted. I shaved my head, a marker of my femininity. I wore baggy old clothes to hide my body. I dropped out of my classical music studies. I lost my jobs and was living on a friend's enclosed balcony. I was very unwell. My body became inflamed and nobody came to help me. The community and family I thought I could rely on were nowhere to be seen. Everyone was living their own lives, had their own problems. I sunk further and further into depression and disillusionment, only kept afloat by music. Music has always been my way to explore and process my inner world, to cope and to heal, to clear the confusion. Over my career, I've shared this gift with many students and have witnessed music transform lives, build communities and strong, trusting relationships. At home, music has helped my non-speaking autistic daughter find her voice and my son to recover from his depression. For us, music provides connection, emotional regulation, and effusive play. It is a way of being in flow. As a force that touches without touch, it drew me to the unseen. In the mid-2000s, I was far from home, 3 children under 9, and a depressed husband in tow. I started writing an opera about my ancestors on my mum's side, a Royal Irish clan decimated during the Tudor era. This historical self-education enabled me to feel connected to something larger than me. Not only did I have a history, I had a really interesting, well-documented history. Mum's last name is carved into a plaque in Westminster Abbey, the Rebel O'Rourke. Writing this opera led to visions of my ancestors and the beginning of profound realizations. Eventually, it led to a transcendent experience on the Hill of Tara in Ireland, where the bones of my ancestors lay. I was comforted and still am by the very tangible presence of these ancestors and realized my responsibility to tell our story. In 2014, I finished composing the show. I raised the money and produced it. At last, Mum and I could forgive her father. We could see that it was intergenerational trauma and we could be at peace with who we are. I had put the demons to rest. Lately, the Epstein files has stirred the demons. I've had nightmares about saving girls from the island, about my daughter going missing. But I can't look away because that's what was done to me. Ignorance and bystander behavior is a large part of the problem. It's way past time these crimes and these criminals who perpetrate them were dragged into the light and justice was served. This situation for girls and women is not new. Fear of rape and harm from men is a part of many women's daily existence, yet it is so rarely discussed by academics and intellectuals who seem to study every other form of masculine activity. It is hopeful to be able to discuss it here. The crimes Epstein committed, along with his associates, show a disturbing lack of reverence for life and a vampiric character I recognize in those that abused me and in those that exploit the earth for her resources. I have been thinking on the ways in which our culture can allow people like Epstein to thrive. This extreme of human behavior is somehow acceptable in certain circles. It is supported by the attitudes and values that circulate in our everyday. To successfully abuse, degrade, and demean that number of girls and women is a team effort and points to serious ethical issues embedded in our society and culture. We support it, conscious or not, through where we put our energy and money, through careless words and actions, through bystander behavior, and through ignorance. Epstein supported eugenics, something that haunts our society, supported and perpetuated by the capitalist system. With a eugenical lens, my daughter is considered unworthy of life. She is a drain on the system, a financial burden of no value. Yet people like Epstein cost us today and tomorrow, and there is nothing intelligent or worthy about abusing children and vulnerable young women. My daughter, unlike Epstein, is a beautiful human being, existing in this society with joy and love with little spoken language. I am in awe of her courage, her persistence, and her unusual genius. She is a teacher of unconditional love, and she has transformed my life, inspiring more strength and courage in me than I thought possible. I find it galling that Epstein and those like him, with no empathy for vulnerability, who abuse and rape, believe that they are superior and worthy of breeding. As a teacher, I prepare students for this life in this system, and the competition starts in the classroom and exists on all levels. The bell curve decides futures. Some students thrive, some must fail. The youth are navigating a very confusing world, living with trauma of domestic and global violence and the glorification of the violent. How can we find peace in the world when there is no peace in the playground, no peace in our homes or in our bedrooms? I can't remember a time when there was peace in the world. There seems to always be a war going on, always domestic squabbles and violence, relationship breakdowns, drama and aggravations, cruelty, fighting and bullies. For me, peace is the final frontier, uncharted, as it demands the surrender of dominance, the reimagining of power and economic structures and relationships. It means the quieting of competition and a focus on love and care and belonging. It is not forged through conquest or secured by force, but cultivated in the vulnerable spaces where empathy resists fear and understanding outlives anger. To reach peace means to stop dividing and hardening ourselves against one another and instead choose radical care. It's not an end point. Peace is an ongoing practice, a discipline, a daily decision to build a world where we all feel that we belong. And that's it.
Mhm.
Can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Well,
Can everyone hear me?
now,
Yeah, okay, sorry, yeah, I had it off. Okay, thank you very much for that personal and intimate insight. We have got the second speaker, the independent journalist, Tony Gosling, about to appear from UK. But before he does, we might as well use this interlude for any questions and other perspectives. Anyone who wants to, speak, please, let me know. Anyone want to ask any questions or widen the...
I think Simon, do you want to say something? You've got your
Hi.
microphone
Yeah, well, I've just actually come back on, Thomas. I'm in the French Alps, by the way, so we're both in France.
Oh, lovely, bubbly.
Yeah, Catherine and I have not been here for 2 years, but we go skiing, and so I kind of hoped that there would have been quite a nice view of the Tarentaise Valley behind me through the window, but it's not seeming to come out on my.
So you
But
missed Francis's talk, did you? Yeah.
from 2 o'clock, yes, I would have
Okay.
done. I went out. I went out with my wife at lunch.
Okay. Let me just comment because I heard the whole thing.
Yeah, go on, go on, Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for sharing. So I just wanted to clarify because you live near Perth, very close to where Virginia Giuffre lived.
Mhm.
And I read her memoirs recently. She was one of the prime victims of Epstein. And I wondered if you could just tell us, like, where did she live? Did you ever meet her? Did you know anything about her or her circle? Because
Mm,
she ought to be speaking on this event, but she was
mm,
found dead, right? So
mhm.
tell us what you know about her life story and yeah, why did
I
she end up
believe
there?
I believe she ended up here to get away from the US. She married an Australian man, and moved here. Um, I never met her. She lived up north from here, up sort of past the city up the other way. I live down south. I also tried to read her book, but found it very excruciating and triggering, so I had to put it down again. Um, What do I know about Virginia? Um,
Do you think she was killed or do you think she did suicide? What's the word on the street?
um, Personally, what I think is perhaps she was taken care of, yeah. But I don't really know. I just think that what happened was I was following her on Instagram and a photo came up of her and she looked beat up and she was lying in a hospital bed, but there was all these weird, like what are those things they put on you and they the monitor things? They were
Yeah.
sort of hanging off and they weren't there. And she was bruised across her face. And they said that she had an accident with a bus. And we checked and there was no accident with a bus in Perth. There was no, like, all that's public, out there in the public anyway. There was nothing. So I don't know if she's still being investigated, or that's being investigated, but everything seemed very suspicious. And she said like, "Oh, I'm here in hospital," and it just didn't. People were just spotting all sorts of, mm, what's the word? Can't think of
Anomalies.
the
Yeah.
word. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Um,
Okay. Well, if you hear
I
anything more,
It's a bit
then
terrifying to be honest.
no, that was shocking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doug, you've got your hand up. Why don't you comment at this point? Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I am a mental health counselor and
Mhm.
here in Dallas, and so I just want to say thank you for sharing that story.
Doug,
Um,
sorry for interrupting. Dallas, is that America?
yes,
Okay, right. Yes, quite international today. Okay, carry on.
yeah. So I just want to say thank you for sharing. That's difficult, and I am only assuming that what is being revealed through the Epstein files and other things, um, not only catalyze your own experience, but also the trauma that's been passed down through the ancestors and even the land that you live in. Uh,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
I'll probably be talking about this a little bit later on in my own talk, but feel like some people incarnate in this lifetime as what I like to call energetic washing machines, in a sense, is to heal in their embodiment, learn how to process their own trauma in a way that is a service to the planet, and feel what others maybe are unwilling or unable to feel. And so it might be sometimes your feelings you're feeling, it might be the planetary feelings you're feeling, but regardless, the process is the same.
Mhm.
So I just want to normalize or validate what you're saying because um, it took courage and it was touching, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yeah, Tony's just about to appear. Before he does, what's the just a psychological quiz, killing time? As soon as someone mentions Epstein, just go round people. What's the first word that comes in your imagination? Ian, start with you. What's the thoughts that are triggered based on whatever you've seen or heard?
I'm sorry, I'm chewing my bin of dinner.
Yeah,
So,
no problem. We can come back. Simon, what's the first word that is triggered in your mind when Epstein is mentioned? Because it's
Well,
got.
I would like to know, Maureen, where his wealth and influence came from to begin with, the money that he amassed to begin with. And I want to know about all of the kind of connections with different leaders and authorities. How is it that he had these relations? I don't think for a minute that it's all about the sex trafficking. I think there is other things and other negotiations going on. So it's wanting to know the hidden story really is.
No, that's fine. That's fine, Simon. Just wanted the initial. That's good. In other words, not just about sex. Good. James, what's the first word that comes into your mind that's triggered if I say Epstein?
You'll have to unmute, James.
Can
You're muted.
you hear me?
Well, it's global domination. I mean, it's part of a network to dominate the world, and doing it in recent cases by blackmailing people. So you bring important people into a rather dubious world of sex and quasi-violence, as the previous speaker was telling us, which then implicates them in those horrific abuses. That means that if they're in any position of power, those abuses can be exposed and broadcast and used to push them into line or push them out of the world system altogether.
Brilliant. That's fine. That's great. That's why we had Epstein on the agenda. I think those two contributions is where we're coming from. However, the opposite, the sexual abuse, is there, and a feminine dimension. Tony, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, thank you. How about, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, good. Welcome. Nice to see you and hear you. Yeah, we're waiting. Where are you just now? It's always good to know where people are.
Well, I'm in Royal Tunbridge Wells.
Interesting. I used to be in Kent, and Simon's in the French Alps, so that's nice. Well, Tony, yes, we've had a heavy session in the morning. This session is on, just to remind you, is called the Epstein Files and the Exposure of the Worldwide Networks of Evil. We had just before you, Dr. Francis McGuinness given a feminine dimension on trauma, you know, that dimension. But we want to hear the bigger picture. Specifically, you know, by the way, Tony is a well-known leading independent UK investigative journalist. He runs a radio show, God knows how many decades, not years, decades, and many books to his credit, and I've known him since 9/11. So, Tony, we really want to, I don't want to put words in your mouth about the connection with Trump. Is he being blackmailed by our Jewish Israeli friends? But you've got 20, 30 minutes, over to you.
Right, thank you. First of all, I don't believe Netanyahu is Jewish. I don't believe the Zionists are Jewish. Of course, it all started as a secular movement. The idea really has been to infest Judaism, just as the Salafists have done their best to infest Islam, and the Christian Zionists to infest Christianity and various other types of Christians over the years, the Moonies, the Mormons, etc. So these are parasitic organizations which have attached themselves to the faiths, the various old faiths, we might call them. And anyway, with regard to Jeffrey Epstein, it's been really good to hear the Iranian media and officials talking about they're fighting the Epstein class. This is becoming a refrain again and again. This, of course, speaks very clearly to many switched-on people in the West as well. And so the question is, I think, Donald Trump's had a role in releasing these Epstein files. I think he did it fairly reluctantly. He wanted to release some files on JFK, which, of course, for anybody that knows anything about the JFK assassination, it's pretty clear the entire thing was organized by the CIA, by David Atlee Phillips, and also the Chicago Mafia were brought in there. So, of course, that hasn't really been properly exposed at all by the mass media, who have continually covered it up. In fact, the actual assassin himself, James Files, who was a hitman for the Chicago Mafia, is still alive. But the idea of all of these big TV networks going to quickly interview him, before he pops off, etc., before he kicks the bucket, is it just not happening because of the massive amount of finance, capitalism, control of the mass media. So this is their big, I can remember going to a meeting in Bristol probably 15 years ago of something called Bristol Media. And I was thinking, well, this is interesting. I was at the time the secretary of the Journalists Union in Bristol. And let's go and see what's here. And it was absolutely swamped and dominated by advertisers. So these are people who put up billboard hoardings. They do commercials of all sorts. And of course, that's where all the money is in media. There's not much money, if any money, in investigative journalism anymore. The only real investigative journalism that was done really in my lifetime was done because of the way that the TV networks were franchised out, in that the television in the UK, from the ITV point of view, was forced to do investigative journalism by its very franchises and its licenses, which all changed in the Thatcher era to becoming a bid for a TV license just based on money, and nothing to do with saying, well, yes, you can have this franchise on this transmitter network, but you have to do investigative. They don't do that anymore. So getting back to Epstein, I don't want to wander too far off the subject, but I think you understand why you have to kind of look around the topics in order to really get to the heart of them, and to look at the terrain. So with Epstein particularly, what we saw was a dirtying up. This is what the mafia call it, a dirtying up of many, many individuals. Now, just look at the British government today. What we've got is a almost entirely Fabian Society cabinet. And actually, the cabinet itself is not run by the Prime Minister. It is really chaired by a former leader of the opposition called Ed Miliband. If you talk to lobby correspondents and anybody in the know in British politics, including, by the way, the leader of the opposition, Kerry Badenoch, it's absolutely clear Ed Miliband is running the show. He's the rejected politician, the failed politician, but he's been brought back in to take control of Britain's energy policy. So what you have is a Fabian government. The Fabian Society, as many people will know, was formed in the early 1900s. Actually, I think maybe the beginning of it was named after a Roman general of some sort, or a writer, and it's totally based on eugenics. Eugenics was at the heart. They were talking about having chambers where they herded people into and killed them, basically gas chambers. And this was always at the beginning of the Fabian Society, but they've constantly dominated the left. I think I may be wrong with Harold Wilson, I'm not sure, but I think every single Labour Prime Minister in Britain since the war has been a Fabian. So this is a secret society which is dominating the left. So they have lots and lots of people in the Labour Party who have nothing to do with this. But you'll find as you go higher up the hierarchy of the party, more and more and more Fabians. So this is the way it works. You've got all the senior people, Lammy, Yvette Cooper, all of these people have been part of this secret society, which is what they are.
Tony, my dear friend, can I just interrupt briefly? You're forgive me for interrupting, but I am a former member of the Fabian Society. With all due respect, what you're talking about is simply not factual. But I don't want to have that argument now. We can discuss that another time. The Fabians are founded by some really intelligent and good people, and they've been working to transform.
I'm sure
you
just let me finish, please.
So could we get back to the Epstein case?
We have a big disagreement here.
Sure. So let's
you're throwing into the middle of the conversation.
Can I come in, Thomas and Tony? Can I 1 second? Look. Everyone has different backgrounds, beliefs. Sure. The purpose of global vision, let me tell you in one word, is truth seeking.
Thank you.
For truth seeking, it's important for different perspectives to be articulated.
Sure.
So Thomas, with due respect, I didn't know about what you said.
Well,
no, can I just finish? I didn't know about your background on this, or Tony. from a moderator perspective and truth perspective, let them speak. We will have Q&A session. Is that okay? Is that fair?
That's the appropriate place to have this discussion. Anyway, back to Epstein. And so with the launching of World War III last month, the beginning of March, and that's what I consider it to be, because many of us have been studying this path for many years, and many people are actually not so surprised to see Donald Trump announcing this actually insane war. So it's utterly perverse. Of course, it follows the tenets of satanic inversion or satanic reversal. In other words, you are the evil doer, you are the Satan, you are the killer, you're the murderer, but you're pretending to be working for God. So this is what we've been seeing from Pete Hegseth ever since this began, really. He's talking about how this is all being done for God, for God's benefit, God is with us, etc. And of course, the opposite is true, the total opposite. So it does smack very, very high of Satanism. But as I say, with Epstein, I think the revelations back in January that came out a year after Trump was inaugurated or so about Jeffrey Epstein, with all these papers suddenly coming out, is a perfect time to launch World War III, because you have I mean, literally hundreds of senior people in very powerful positions around the Western world, whether that be in spiritual positions or elsewhere, maybe political, maybe military, maybe financial, maybe just pure corporate positions, who will have their minds very much concentrated by this Epstein release. In fact, they may well realize that there's compromising material amongst these hundreds of thousands of messages that are very, very embarrassing. And thank God, so far, no journalist has put this on the front page of the Daily Mail or whatever. Yeah. So there's a massive amount of compromat has been actually made public, which is almost unprecedented, really, to have this basically intelligence file. But of course, there have been restrictions about what has and hasn't been released. And many people have also said, and I've seen evidence too, and maybe others have, that some material which was initially released, as there's been legal actions by those individuals, and it's since been withdrawn from the document released by the Department of Justice. So this is a very, very sneaky operation. So when you do a search on day one, you might come out with compromising emails. And then on day 10, you may find those emails have disappeared from the database without anyone being told, because of threats of legal action against the Department of Justice. So there are many, many people who are in positions of power with regard to the pursuance of this horrific attack on Iran, completely unprovoked, completely illegal under international law, that minds have been focused by the Epstein release. And I think that's the two go very happily together, because those that behind this war, those forces of darkness behind the killing and the B-52s and the B-1s, etc., flying from Fairford in Gloucestershire over there to bomb these Iranians, they are very worried that they may be exposed. And so they're likely to be very open to being pressurized to do the wrong thing and to go along with this evil war. And so it's interesting for me that we've got this Labour government who are trying to make out that they're staying out of things, but they're clearly very far down the food chain. If you look at what happened at RAF Fairford, which is really a United States Air Force base here in Britain, where these attacks are being launched from, we had an announcement from the Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The Americans are not going to be allowed to use US bases. Of course, he's a human rights lawyer, and although, of course, he's a very problematic character, he has got advice, clearly, that we mustn't allow the Americans to use this base. There's been no clearance from the United Nations. And there's also, we're launching a war of aggression that's been unprovoked. And so, but what happened? Well, the Americans ignored him and they just used the bases anyway. So that tells you a bit about the power relationship between the Emperor Trump and his little poodle Starmer. He has not got the courage to, so for example, turn off the water supply to the American base, to turn off the electricity supply to the American base, to tell the Americans, no, you can't. There's no courage there. There's no, ultimately, in cases like this, you may have to find a request going to the Americans being ignored, and then you may have to send your own soldiers onto a US base. Well, now, whether this is in the Gulf states or whether this is in Gloucestershire, in order to halt the illegal activities taking place, the crimes taking place, the loading of the bombs, etc. But in the bigger picture, I think with Epstein in mind, this is extremely. I even myself and you, I know everyone there is using this term Epstein. Really, we should be using the term Maxwell, because actually Ghislaine Maxwell is still alive. She's still there to be interviewed if she wanted to be, but of course she will never be interviewed because she knows she's an operator for the intelligence services, whether it's the US, but most likely and most importantly for the British and the Israeli intelligence services. And she knows to keep her mouth shut. If she says anything, then she's liable to be bumped off, which is what happened to Jeffrey. And Jeffrey, seems to me, was another. If you look at, say, for example, the relationship between Prince Andrew and Virginia Giuffre, Roberts as she was, they were both victims. Everyone is pointing the finger at Andrew because he's still alive, but both Virginia and Andrew were victims. She was trafficked and she was a victim, turned into basically a prostitute at the Epstein ranch, and then he was brought in and he was a victim. But I'm quite convinced now, having looked at particularly at the Steve Bannon interview very carefully, that Jeffrey Epstein himself, even though he was a pervert, he was a disgusting man, he was also a victim of Ghislaine Maxwell's little operation that she's been doing to provide this compromat. And we must never forget that those films of all of those sex acts and everything else that were taking place there, whatever they were, they are on hard drives and they are still sitting there waiting to be used to threaten. So every time I see Netanyahu go and visit Donald Trump or any other leader, I think, well, what's he showing them that he's got on them? Because I've studied the Bilderberg meetings for many years now, and that's exactly why these people have to get together face to face, is because they don't trust the internet, unlike unwise Jeffrey Epstein. As for the war in Iran, where it's going, and the role of Donald Trump, I think these are important things to address. Trump is, it seems to me, completely off his head. He's put himself into a situation where, yes, almost certainly compromised, and also he's loyal to the mafia. If you go back to look at William Engdahl's article he did just at the beginning of Trump's first term, I think before he was elected for the first time, it's called The Mafia Don with a Pompadour. You will see Trump has again and again and again had to go back to the financial mafia, to Wall Street and the financial mafia to get money because he's gone bankrupt. So he knows, Trump knows that he's not his own person, that he has to do as he's told by these financial elite. And I'm sure he will continue to do that. And that's what he's in that position now. But he's having to say things which are totally incoherent. He's coming across as a ridiculously petulant child, but he's the president of the United States. And for me, the two big worries, which don't seem to be on his radar at all, in his incoherent, completely planless, policyless war, apart from it's like dealing with a child. It is, first of all, the destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. We've really got to keep an eye on that. And that's one of the things which would really escalate things. And that's almost certain to happen at some point in the not too distant future, in order to really fire up this religious war, which has been being planned for many, many decades. And the other thing, of course, is the use of nuclear weapons. So with nuclear weapons, I think we have to assume that the Israelis are more likely to use them first, just simply because of their amoral belligerence that we've seen in Gaza and for many decades. But I think we also have to consider the possibility that the Iranians may now have developed or be developing nuclear weapons, and that this whole idea of we won't do it has kind of been knocked on the head. So a nuclear exchange is also a worry. But I would finally just like to wrap up by asking people to have a good look at my website, bilderberg.org/trib, trib.htm, has got on there a piece of work that I did back in the noughties, which is a very close examination of the book of Revelation and the pretty obvious timeline that the book of Revelation gives us. Now, this book was written by the Apostle John. He was the apostle who 2,000 years ago was by Christ's side as he died on the cross. And he was the only one of the disciples with the courage to go there. And John was the only one of the disciples to actually die a natural death, because the rest of them were killed in one way or another. He died in Ephesus, but before he did, he had this vision. And he wrote it down. Procurus was his little scribe that wrote it down on this beautiful old Greek island. And in there is a very clear timeline of events. Now, this is a timeline of events that have been embraced by the evildoers, by the dark side. The only thing is they are trying to paint themselves, the Peter Thiels of this world, the Elon Musks of this world, are trying to paint themselves as the good guys. So what we are likely to see in the not too distant future, and we seem to be on a escalator to it now, literally as of last month, that is March 2026. And ultimately, we will see, I think, a Antichrist appear who will be put forward as a Jewish Messiah. Because, of course, the Jews have been waiting for a Messiah for thousands of years. They didn't accept that Jesus was the Messiah. And that's okay. You know, people are entitled to their point of view. But I think once the Antichrist appears, a secular, really, in his heart, satanic Jewish Messiah appears, then I think we will be very clear, and we will understand exactly what's going on, because God is not stupid. God is not mean. God has made sure that we've got this book of Revelation there to guide us through this process, which is described in the New Testament as the birth pangs. And actually, it's like giving birth. And the final thing to say is about the temple in Jerusalem. Now, the temple is actually a pagan temple. It's not really a proper Hebraic temple. It's not. And things like the Ark of the Covenant, this was copied from the Egyptian faith. And so there was this very strong strand of anti-God in the Jewish faith, even at the time of Solomon. So that temple will not be in the New Jerusalem. So whatever the powers that be try to do to recreate this temple, and of course many will know that it's at the heart of Freemasonry. Rebuilding Solomon's temple is one of the big themes in the third degree Freemason rituals, and it features throughout Freemasonry. Rebuilding the temple, Hiram Abiff, a fictional version of Hiram Abiff, building it, who of course was from Tyre. And so this is a key point in understanding what's happening. So there would be an attempt to, and possibly the rebuilding of the third temple, which will be real fuel for this war between the Zionists and Muslims, which was predicted and actually planned for by Albert Pike many years ago. But the ultimate real New Jerusalem will have no temple, and it spells that out in the book of Revelation. And so I'd just like to bless everybody from a sort of Quaker Christian point of view. Thank you all for listening, and I'm quite happy to answer any questions you may have. But we are now absolutely in the grip of witchcraft in these secret societies in the West, in Freemasonry, which is well known to all these Masonic American presidents. That's actually where we are. That none of our democracy is real, that all of the people who are in positions of power, both in politics, in the press and finance, all of the most powerful people are parts of these secret societies, which go right back to the witchcraft days, and they are basically covens, and they're closed organizations. No, not anyone is allowed in these organizations. Only those who've sworn these oaths to Freemasonry and witchcraft are allowed anywhere near these major positions of power in the West. And so society is dividing over all of this bit by bit. And it was great today at church for me to see an absolutely packed church. I mean, literally, I was chatting to someone in church at the service I've just been to, and they said, I've never seen this church so full. In fact, they ran out of prayer books, they ran out of service sheets, everything. And so there is, I think, an interesting turning back to faith that all of this madness with Pete Hegseth and World War III is bringing. My website is thisweek.org.uk, bilderberg.org, and also the 9/11forum.org.uk, which has just got a nice front end. And so I do a live radio program podcast every Friday, which has a Good Friday theme this year, which is a sort of mixture of a Christian service, but it's also following much of the events in the news, as I've been describing, which tally up very closely with prophecy in the good book.
You done? You done, Tony? Oh, okay.
Yes,
thank you very much for that. There's obviously going to be questions on what you said, Thomas. You will be given your chance. But before we do that, let me welcome some distinguished new speakers. We got Matthew Ehret from the Rising Tide Foundation Internet Global Phenomenon. Almost one video, I think, a day almost, on things that are not on the mainstream media. And also Craig Murray, fellow Scot, not from my university, mine is Edinburgh. I think you were Dundee, of George Galloway ilk, but round about my time. So great pleasure to welcome you, Craig. Are you in Britain just now or Venezuela?
In Venezuela.
Yeah, so welcome. Now, just because one speaker, Martin, something's happened to him, I don't want to say what, I'm just consulting with my co-host. Thomas, shall we allow Craig, Tony's still there. Shall we allow Craig to speak in this session and then have questions?
Yeah. Well, no, I think we should move on to the next session, which starts in 1 minute at 3 o'clock.
What about questions on Tony?
Well, questions we can do in the last bit, the discussion at the end.
Okay. So over to you.
Over time.
Okay, fine. Over to you. I'll let you handle this next session. Okay, go on.
Okay. So yes. Well, thank you to that last session, and it was certainly lively. But let's move on. We're looking in this session at political extremism in general, and diabolic ideology. It's a big, topic. And our first speaker is Craig Murray, who was Britain's ambassador to Uzbekistan. I've read his book. He's a great man. So thank you for joining us, Craig. We did meet years ago at Doon the Rabbit Hole once. You were serving beer at the festival and we had a chat. And I've followed your work with great interest. So, yes, we're looking forward to you telling us what you think about the geopolitical realities of dealing with evil. Like, there's a big title for you. You've seen it up close. You're in Venezuela now. So anyway, over to you. And, let's hear from you, please.
Thank you. And thank you very much for asking me. And I should say that diabology and the esoteric side of the conversation is not something on which I claim any expertise. I'm not sure I used to really believe in evil. I always used to find it extremely difficult. I had a very religious personal upbringing. I used to go as a child to church every Sunday, sometimes twice every Sunday. I was in the choir. I was a crucifer. I used to carry the cross about in procession. And one of the things I could never quite get my head around was the idea of hell, and that people could be so bad that they would deserve eternal punishment. And that's partly because I couldn't really understand the notion of evil, what evil was, how people connected to it. But I can't pretend to have spent a great deal of my life thinking about theology, and I can't pretend it had a great effect on my everyday life. I want to talk a bit about, at the start, about not what's happening in the world now, but about the first Gulf War, and my experiences when I was an ambassador. And in particular, there are two things I want to focus on, and that's the fact that people in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office where I worked knew, everyone knew, everyone with any professional interest in the subject knew that there were no Iraqi WMD. There's no doubt we knew that. By chance, a few years earlier, I'd been head of the FCO section of the Embargo Surveillance Centre, the job of which was to monitor Iraqi weapons procurement and make sure Iraq didn't get any weapons. And we knew very well what Iraq had and didn't have, and we knew Iraq had no WMD. That experience was a few years past by 2001. But I still knew enough to know there were no Iraqi WMD still in 2001. And when what became famous as the Dodgy dossier was published, I happened to be that morning just walking down a corridor. I was actually on Russian language training. I happened to be just walking down the corridor in our Middle Eastern department, or Near East and North African department, it's called, and I saw Bill Patey, who was the head of department, and Bill also is ex-Dundee University. So I stopped him. I said, Bill, what's this dossier? It's all nonsense, isn't it? And he was the head of the department at the time. He's one of the people who signed off the dossier. And I said to him, Bill, I mean, it can't be right. It can't be true. And he just laughed and said, no, of course not, Craig. It's all bollocks. And continued on down the corridor. But he'd signed it. But I just skip that. And the point of what I'm saying is actually Bill is one of the nicest people you could meet. He's a lovely man. He's a really, really nice person. He went on to become British ambassador to Iraq and British ambassador to Afghanistan at the time when we were occupying those countries and killing people. The result of his insouciance, not just his, but the collective insouciance of all the people who worked in that organization was that nobody will ever know exactly, but probably there were at least 1 million consequent deaths from launching that war. But the people who did it were my friends. They were my work colleagues. I'd worked there for over 20 years. I knew all these people. I used to drink with them. They were, the Foreign Office is a very strange place to work, of course, because you're dealing with a lot of top secret material you can't talk to anyone else about. So that obviously creates a certain camaraderie, and you're part of a corps which is viewed as the elite, and that creates a camaraderie. And you get posted off to places all around the world and to live in small isolated communities, and that causes a camaraderie. So it's a place with very much a team spirit, and I was absolutely a part of that team. I was a valued and highly thought of and liked part of that team. I wasn't an outsider. And this was my milieu. These were the people I spent my life with. And they weren't apparently evil people. They were nice people, but they were going along with something which was going to lead to war and death. And war motivated by, as they probably would admit to you, war motivated by greed, but by the desire to acquire hydrocarbons, by the desire for money, but by various people who were directing the policy. They weren't the ones directing the policy. They weren't particularly making money out of it, but they were prepared to go along with what can only be evil. You know, you're doing something that's based on something you know is a lie, and a million people are going to die as a result. That's evil. And I said that was the first thing I was going to say. And the second thing, and before I come off that, I'll just say, I did ask a friend subsequently. I asked him how he rationalized it. And I still have friends today in the Foreign Office. My contemporaries are all retiring now, but obviously I knew younger people who worked for me and things, and they're still in the Foreign Office. I do still talk to people there. But this wasn't long after. This was only 2 or 3 years after. I spoke to someone still in the Foreign Office, and I asked him how did he rationalize it. I said to him, "You knew there were no WMD," and he, this person and I, we both used to play the video game Football Manager, and he said, when we're playing Football Manager, for 3 hours I'm playing, I am the manager of Manchester United. That's who I am. I'm in my head, that's the world I'm inhabiting. That's what I'm living in. He said, when I go into the Foreign Office, there are Iraqi WMD. They exist. He said, now, if you ask me in real life outside, do I know I'm not the manager of Manchester United? Of course I do. And if you ask me outside the Foreign Office, and you're a friend from a Foreign Office, and say to me, do I know there are no Iraqi WMD? I will say, of course I know that. But while I'm in the office, and again, this is not an evil person. This is a really nice human being who's kind and considerate to his neighbours, who gives to charity, who loves his children, all those metrics of what makes a nice person. And yet he's thinking it's like a video game when you're doing things that are going to result in huge numbers of deaths. And exactly the second thing I was going to talk of, which is exactly the same thing, really, was when I blew the whistle on torture and extraordinary rendition, because this was happening all around the globe. And British ambassadors all over the place, scores of them, must have been involved in the CIA exercises that were kidnapping people and taking them off to be tortured. I was a bit at the sharp end because people were actually being sent from all around the world to Uzbekistan in order to be tortured. But one way or another, lots and lots of British diplomats were involved in it. And when I tried to stop it internally by sending top secret telegrams saying this is happening, we should stop it, this is bad, this is immoral, it's illegal, it's not practical, all the arguments I could come up with, I was copying in lots of other embassies around the world into those telegrams I was sending back to the Secretary of State in London. And I was receiving all kinds of private messages from my fellow ambassadors, congratulating me and saying, that's great, I'm really glad, stick it to them, you stick up for it. Nobody would go on the record in public, I don't mean in public, but I mean officially, in the official channels I was using, no one would support me. But they sent me private messages of support. And this includes people who went on to become really quite well-known publicly, like Christopher Meyer and Jeremy Greenstock, who were both ambassadors to the UN at different times. And both Jeremy was ambassador to Iraq at some stage.
What about Kevin Rudd, one of our highest, highly held figures in Australia? How do you see him?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first thing, the first part of that.
Kevin Rudd, one of Australia's foremost political figures, who I hold in very high regard. How do you see him?
I'm not catching the name.
Kevin Rudd.
Oh, Kevin Rudd. Oh, yes. No, Kevin I think seems to be a decent person as far as I can tell. But I can't pretend I know him well, and I can't pretend I had. I'm not particularly aware of where his positioning was at that time, but that might just be my memory, which is slipping. But again, it's not just they must have known about it. Things were happening in their embassies that facilitated it, that facilitated mass torture. And all these people who were decent people were doing nothing to stop it. And they knew it was wrong. They knew it was wrong. But they still went ahead with it. And that's something I've struggled with this ever since. I've struggled to get my head round it. When I used to go, and this is all a long while ago, so it's a long while since it's been the principal thing I discuss. But when I used to give talks on the subject regularly, I'd always be asked, why had I gone public and why had I resigned? And I always used to reply, well, I saw no alternative course of action. But the question I don't understand is why nobody else went public and why nobody else resigned. And that's partly to do with the system dragging you in, I suppose. And it's partly to do with the fact that it does seem, unfortunately, that most people do value their job and their career and their security and their children's private education or their status or whatever it is that they're hanging on to. They do value that other than taking any kind of moral stand. But I think
therefore the focus of history is divine, but the implications that's
the ease with which people can become co-opted to evil, because I think they were co-opted to evil. I more clearly see that now. The ease to which people are co-opted, with which people are co-opted to evil, is a very, very difficult question. And now, of course, what we're seeing is the atmosphere of diplomatic nicety and of pretense which surrounded international relations back 20 years ago, 25 years ago, even when millions of people were being killed in a desire to grab Iraq's oil. Now there's not felt to be a need to make that pretense anymore. The current attack on Iran, there's very little pretense at all that it's motivated by anything other than an attempt to manipulate the world's oil markets to grab Iran's oil if possible. And if that's not possible, to engineer a situation in which fortunes can be made on the oil market. And this comes immediately after the genocide in Gaza, which nobody in power had any interest in stopping. And one thing that's very, very plain to me is that it illustrates that Western democracy is an utter sham. Because I never thought, for example, I never ever thought we would see a situation where a majority of people in the United States actually tend more to support the Palestinians than support the Israelis in opinion polls that ask that question in various formats. But we are in that situation. And we're in a situation where the majority of people in almost every Western country, except for Germany, why Germany is so utterly weird, is an interesting question. It's something much deeper than Holocaust guilt. It's it's a tendency to genocide. Why, other than Germany, in every other Western country, people were horrified by what was happening in Gaza and horrified by what their own governments were doing. But nobody had any ability to prevent it. There are no levers of power which the population, even when the population is pretty well united in detesting something, the population cannot stop it. We now have a situation where in almost every Western government you can name, in France, in Germany, in the United Kingdom, in Sweden, and in the United States. The government in power has historically low approval levels in all of those countries at the moment. If you ask them how many people approve of their government, you'll get 15% within 2 or 3% in all those countries will say they approve of their government. And that's not a net figure, that's the number who approve. The number who disapprove is something like 60. The net figure is something like minus 45. And those are absolute record figures. The utter discontent and disconnection of people from what their governments are doing is extreme. And there's a great understanding that the people in power, the so-called elite, don't represent us. The Epstein files I know you've been discussing, and they open up questions which I've often asked. I'd noticed, because, you know, I used to be an ambassador. I spent a lot of time in various ways dealing with extremely powerful people. That extremely powerful people are much more likely than other people to enjoy the act of humiliating and degrading other people, even in everyday work situations, you know, to be just really nasty and unpleasant. And so one question I've always wondered is, why is it, for example, that there seems this very plain extra prevalence of paedophilia among the very powerful than among the general population? These are extraordinary things, and these are signs, I think, that we have a society in which a devotion to evil, in which a psychopathic attitude is what gets you power. And perhaps that's a problem with the notion of power. Perhaps power itself is evil. Anyway, I think those are the reflections I'd like to give to you. I'm not quite sure that's how you expected me to talk, and these are deeply personal things that I grapple with and fail to understand. I don't actually think there is a simple mechanistic explanation that revolves around secret committees and things. I don't deny the existence of organized groups and committees, some of which are secret, but I don't think that there is a mechanistic explanation for the workings of human evil. I don't think that you can find an institutional explanation for why it is that the leaders of states, not just the leaders as a person, but the leadership cadres of powerful states were happy to see Palestinian children massacred, killed, die the most horrible deaths of maiming and pain and extreme agony. See that happen to children and not feel there was any interest in intervening. I don't think there can be an institutional explanation to any of that. I think it comes to something deep-rooted in the human psyche, which is going to out whatever the institutions of power. The only question is what we can do to regulate our societies better to prevent it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Craig. That was very powerful, and you raised lots of important issues. I mean, the old to Henry Wotton quote about diplomats, people sent abroad to lie for their country. I mean, in your case, you refused to lie, and thank you, credit from the British people here for that courage. And you're right. Why didn't more? Why aren't they now? Why aren't people now complaining about the Iran issue and the fact that we're letting British bases be used for the bombing runs and stuff? We did discuss the question of why and where evil comes from in the earlier bit. You've not gone back to theology for possible explanations, I take it. Maybe when you've heard our earlier discussions, you might want to get out some of the texts But any brief questions now to Craig, and then we're going to move on and hear from our next speakers in this panel. But very important points he's raised.
If I can just come and comment, it's a pity Tony has disappeared, our journalist commentator, because he's done a lot of research on Bilderbergers, evil, etc. However, just to make a quick point, Craig, hopefully this has been recorded and will be video edited and uploaded. Yeah, the other files.
Yes,
and
we'll
make sure
they can all watch everything.
Yeah. So back to you, Thomas, again.
Yeah, well, we're coming to James as our next speaker, in fact. So if you hold that thought, is there anyone else would like to, you've got a chance to ask Craig any other questions before we move on to James? It's a lot we've listened to. I mean, I have a question about the institutionalization of lying and the lack of whistleblowing structures. I think we face a constitutional problem in democracies. I still believe in democracy, but I think we do have to build in like a whistleblowing structure at the highest level. So if people are being blackmailed, and I think that explains a lot of the silencing, Craig, I think if there is compromise on a lot of people in power, there needs to be somewhere they can go, somewhere neutral, outside the party political system. Like in Britain, it could be a sort of branch of the Privy Council or something, where you say, look, I'm being blackmailed by country X or Y. That's what they need in America. People like Trump need to be able to go and say, look, I can't stop bombing Iran because X, Y, Z. Has there been discussions like that you know of, say in the Foreign Office or elsewhere? And why don't we have that?
Well, I think you'll find, certainly the Foreign Office, and I think probably most governmental institutions do have official whistleblowing policies, but they just don't stick to them. and whistleblowing will always be characterized as something else, particularly if it relates to national security. And of course, the motives of the whistleblower will always be impugned. I mean, in my case, even before I went public, they started this massive attack on me in the tabloids about my sex life and drinking and all kinds of things. 99% of which wasn't true. There's a core truth in it. I've never claimed to be a saint, but certainly all the illegal or unpleasant aspects of it were untrue. And they always will go on the offensive against whistleblowers, I'm afraid. And the whistleblower protections certainly do exist in theory, but I don't think anywhere the establishment really means it.
Right. In France, we have a constitutional court, which is the final appeal. If a president were to do things against the constitution, it goes to the higher level. We have a constitutional court. I think we should have one in America and in the UK. It's a good model. Questions from Jenny first, and then Hanan. You'll have to unmute, Jenny. Yeah. Excellent. We can hear you typing, but that's all.
So I thought it was Jenny you were asking.
Okay. Hanan, do you want to go next then and have your little question to Craig?
Yes. In fact, thank you so much for this insight into this level of the decision making. It's something I have also experienced being married to a diplomat and meeting a lot of these high-level diplomats all the time, discussing the Palestinian and the regional policies of the Western democratic, between brackets, government. And I was surprised, shocked even, that many of them to escape from facing the reality, the truth, they would start to blame the Palestinians for that. This is the discourse, and I felt it. I have seen it all along. All the diplomatic, regardless their country of origin, regardless where they come from, they always use the same narrative. And I had the impression they all receive one courier, one that is distributed to all these ambassadors to tell them exactly how they should respond. And I was so shocked. I'm wondering if this is the case. This is how they usually distribute the position, how to reply to these kind of questions and this kind of debates. Because, of course, it doesn't make sense. Of course, most of the time they would escape by silence or by starting even to intensify their attacks, by becoming even more towards me as a Palestinian. They would become more aggressive, more completely in a denial mode. And I'm wondering, is there any central level where they distribute to all these ambassadors across Europe or even some other Western countries, or to say exactly the same?
Sure. I've often wondered that too with news outlets. They all spout the same stuff. So the question, Craig, is do you think that countries like Israel that are promoting a particular narrative on a given issue, like distribute that to the diplomatic corps? Did you ever get stuff like that at the time you were in office?
I mean, you would get from your own government indications of what you were expected to say, but primarily they weren't in the format of talking points or points to make. It's quite simply that what you're expected to is repeat what ministers say. If your minister has said something, you can't say something different if you're an ambassador. So you would carefully study replies to parliamentary questions, ministerial speeches, those kind of, even ministerial television interviews, and make sure that whatever you said was in line with what the minister said. And that's actually your job as an ambassador. But that would work that way. And you were, it's one of the things you would do all day, sit there reading up anything that had been said by your Home Office. And the difficulty is, of course, that at the ministerial level, that's where directions are being taken through, IPAC, through BICOM, through all kinds of particularly on the subject of Israel, through the Israel lobby has great influence over ministers all over the world, and so that's where the direction comes in. It doesn't come into the diplomatic corps; it comes into the political bosses. And then all the diplomatic corps can do is reflect whatever the political bosses are saying. But no, I mean, it's quite astonishing. I think the gulf between political messaging and truth is one of the things which is just so obvious in the current situation. And in particular, all the blaming of Iran for the situation in the Gulf, without ever being mentioned by politicians, that Iran was illegally attacked. It's quite extraordinary that they had, 40 odd nations having a virtual meeting convened by the UK on the subject of the opening of the Gulf of Hormuz, and at no stage did any one of those 40 nations point out that it was Iran which was attacked, which was the cause of this war. So how
do we know that?
Sorry?
How do we know that? There might have been that point made by countries.
No, as I say, I still do have friends in the Foreign Office who used to work for me or whatever. So I do know that.
That's shocking. Yeah. Okay, so look, I think we ought to move on to our next speaker if we can. We've got two other speakers to get into this session. And so we've only got 15 minutes, but I think we should give them the full. Craig, do stay and listen. And the next session is going to be good too, if you can. James, I think you're up next, and you've got a lot to say about this, I'm sure.
Say about it, I fit it into 15 minutes, I'm afraid, but I have to start by apologising to Maureen. I didn't mean. I mean, I'm not a doctor of religion. I'm a doctor of architecture and planning, and I'm more interested in the future and building stuff than in investigating what went wrong in the past. I didn't mean to denigrate religion as mythological in the negative sense. I just mean that it's uncertain, and I concentrate on that because I think it's been used, religion has been used by the Zionists, whatever you like to call them, weren't then that then, but in the early days, as I think you, Thomas, were pointing out, there was the, what did you call them, the early versions, before the biblical words were written down, there was the oral tradition. I've forgotten what you said they were called.
The Kabbalistic tradition in Judaism. Back to the oral roots of Judaism. Yeah. Long before Zionism was ever conceived.
That oral tradition somehow conjured up an idea of, wouldn't it be nice if we told everybody we are the chosen people, and that gives us some kind of authority over what we do and how they respond. Now that, in a sort of tribal society, that might have been perfectly acceptable. But in the international society, it's no longer acceptable as a premise. We don't believe it. We, in the non-religious world, don't believe that kind of claim. It's clearly very powerful, and it's worked for 2,000 years. And it's worked because, first of all, they have this 13-volume Talmud. Here's a summary of them. I've seen the whole lot, and I've read bits of it, but I can't quote from it right away. But it says in there that we can do what we like, basically, with God's approval. We can kill, we can destroy, we can cheat, we can deceive. Now, that is very much part of the Israeli lobby now. That's what they're doing. They did it in Iraq, as Craig referred, but it didn't make it too obvious. I was around at the time of the invasion of Iraq, and I tried very hard to point out to Blair and co. that this was a Zionist plot. It's based in a document that they produced in Mossad in 1980 called A Clean Break, a New Strategy for Securing Iran, in which it says we're going to have to destabilize the neighboring countries instead of actually attacking them ourselves. And the Mossad agent who gave some of this away, Victor Ostrovsky, was asked, surely we're not going to attack Iraq. No, his officer told him, we're going to get the American army to destroy the Iraqi army in the Iraqi desert, which is what they did. Now, how did they do that? They did it because they've got a very powerful lobby, which again, most people don't seem to mention. But Professor Mearsheimer and Dr. Volt wrote a fat book on the lobby. There have been others, and there was that was the lobby in America, which tells us how strong that Israeli lobby is, what it does to get its strength. It funds congressmen. It tells them that they've got to support the Israeli activities no matter what, even at the expense of American lives and interests. And there's another book called The Stealth Pacts, which it was produced around about the time of the Iraq War, which went into the consequences if you didn't toe the line. So everybody in what's happened to Craig? In Craig's circle would have been conscious that there were penalties if you didn't go along with that. And nowadays, as if that wasn't enough, they're just passing a law in Congress which says that it'll be a criminal offence to criticise Israel. So they haven't given up on that one, and it seems strange to me that the American intelligentsia haven't reacted against it. But funnily enough, some of the Jewish intelligentsia has. There's this wonderful book called Tell the Truth and Shame the Devil, which exposes all this by Gerard Menuhin, the son of Yehudi Menuhin, the violinist. You ought to read it. Look, that's the number of references. Nearly every page I've had to pinpoint references on. So there are good people in the Jewish community who are trying to tell us what's going wrong. But again, I come back to the fact that it's a very powerful lobby. It's not just a religious thing. It's as previous speakers have said, they've got control of most big organizations. The CEOs of most multinationals, big multinationals, happen to be Jewish. The banks, as we know, have been dominated by Jewish interests since, well, 1750, when dear old Rothschild took over the 5 European countries. When coming up to date, are they in control of the law? Well, the International Court of Justice took Netanyahu and co to court, found them guilty. Well, they didn't find them guilty, but they found evidence for genocide. And what happens? They're pushed aside and called anti-Semitic. So the ICC, a couple of our people, Lord Michael Mansfield, took another case at the ICC to prove that it was genocide, which he did. And again, it's simply waved aside, that verdict, as being anti-Semitic. And people are listening on the BBC. It says, on Question Time last night, the interviewer intervened and said, oh, you can't say it was genocide. Mr. Netanyahu has denied it. Well, he may well deny it. Any criminal would deny what they're doing. But if 2 international courts have accused you of something, it's very hard to believe that they aren't right. On top of that, they have control of the United Nations. Virtually no resolution condemning what the Israelis have done to the Palestinians and other people, the Syrians, the Lebanese, have passed into a resolution. And that is partly because they're very powerful and partly because they've got the Americans on their side who use the veto. But I would question why other countries like China and India, who probably have got slightly more objective attitude to the Middle East, don't intervene at the United Nations Security Council and use Article 27, which says that parties to a dispute forfeit their right to vote. Now, America is always a party to the dispute over Israel-Palestine issues because they're funding the Israelis, providing them with billions of dollars worth of weapons every year, and they do nothing for the Palestinians. In fact, they help to destroy them. Trump has just destroyed the international aid for Palestine, taken the aid from the Americans away from it. So they should be told to step down while those resolutions are passed, and then they would be, and then the United Nations would have some clout in stopping the genocide and the attacks on other countries like Iran and Lebanon and so on. But if that's not enough, they have control of the religion. This is what we're talking about here today, the religious aspect of all this. The Christians in America have largely been somehow converted into Christian Zionists. In other words, they're Christians who believe that the Zionists have got some hold over the Holy Land, even though they didn't exist at the time. And I remember in 1996, when they were going for the war in Iraq, Bush said, oh, well, the Christian Zionist lobby, I don't know if he said that, but it turned out that the Christian Zionist lobby, which is very big in America, had persuaded Congress to vote for it. So that's one of the reasons why we went to war against Iraq, because of a religious group which should be capable of seeing truth as opposed to lie and deception, voted for lie and deception. So what this really boils down to, and I think this is relevant to what Craig said, although he doesn't quite say it. This is such a venomous force behind our politics. We don't see it because they also control the media largely, and therefore people don't come up and say, "Oh well, we can't do this. It's illegal. It's immoral. It's wrong, and it's killing people," because it's a lobby which is almost untouchable. And that in itself, I think, has got to be addressed. Otherwise, we are falling into the same trap here. And there's no need to, in an academic discussion, to fall into that trap. Is there, apart from the fact that they can turn us off? There's a group I speak to occasionally at Abra House, a Muslim group, and they stop me speaking. And I say, well, why was that? And they say, oh, well, we don't want to be barred from our internet connection. And the same thing happens in political discussions in other fields. Particularly, I used to be invited to speak on Iranian television until I went too far, I imagine, in criticizing the Talmud and saying that was really the basis of the evil that we're facing. This is the code of practice which is being used by the Israelis to dominate the rest of the world and to fool people into thinking that they are the chosen people. So I try to just demolish this by saying, well, it's based on, slightly dubious reports that were never written down. There's no map about God giving Palestine to the Israelis. There's no real cogent evidence that Moses actually spoke to a God. If he did, it was probably a Jewish God called Yahweh and not the one that we all believe in. And he only did it, I believe, according to a book on it called Tutankhamen, because he'd run away into the desert after killing an Egyptian general. And he was trying to think, I believe, for an excuse to come back into civilization, saying, oh, God's spoken to me and he's told me to take my people away.
Thank you, James. Look, before we go too far down that argument, let me just say that I want to thank you for your contribution. It's important. We do have freedom of speech here within the limits of right reason. And what you've said is important. I would just point out in favor of my rabbis that you can take many things from the Talmud. It's a huge encyclopedia. You can also be righteous and truth-loving and good and kind, and that's all in the Talmud too. So, I just don't want people to think the Talmud is full of evil stuff. No, there's bits of evil.
Okay.
But there's also a lot of goodness in there as well.
I'm afraid I can't prove this because I'm not an authority on this bit at all.
Honestly, trust me.
I trust, but I do suspect that a lot of the good is for them, not for everybody else. But
I hear what you said, and it's important.
Jewish
I'm going to look that book up. That's very important.
This is a wonderful book. The chap who wrote it is also demonized because he wrote it, and he doesn't like me even quoting it actually. But
oh dear. Okay. Well, look. Thank you very much, James. We're going to move on now to our next speaker in this session, and he's joining us all the way from Canada, Matt Ehret, who's going to be speaking about. And we're having a meeting about comparative diabology, but we're not. The last couple of speakers avoided the devil as such. Matt has done some research, I hope, which he'll be sharing about the devil in one particular new religious movement called Thelema, which will get us back to the actual question of, it's interesting because Aleister Crowley was known as the great beast. He identified with all that tradition. So, Matt, over to you. Tell us what did Crowley think of the devil? What is the devil? What do Thelemites think of the devil? Just a bit more detail here, please. And we look forward to hearing from you.
Sure. Is my voice coming through adequately right now?
Yeah, it's fine. We can hear you fine. Yeah.
Okay. And just to be clear, this session ends in 15 minutes, right? So I only have about less than 15 minutes to
No, we'll go on a bit. You can have a bit longer. Let's give you at least 20, see
Okay,
how.
because when I originally configured my thoughts, I was under the presumption that I had 30 minutes and I had a formal presentation. So
Yeah,
now I don't think I'll do that, since there's been some changes, it seems, that I didn't know about. What I will say about Crowley is that there's very little in our civilization that is untouched in a very negative way by the influence of Crowley and the institutions and traditions that he amplified and gave a particular character going into the 20th century, into the present day. I'm going to say a few notable aspects of that I'll share from my research, and hopefully there will be time for a little bit of discussion. I think
I mean, Matt, honestly, you can take the full 30 minutes. If you prepared a 30-minute thing, we'll go into the next session. It's more important that you share what you've discovered.
Okay.
Yes, Thomas, can I just come in? Because I've also had a word with Matt. He's also an internet guru, really prolific. It's good because he's presented. He's probably going to put it on internet if it's done properly. Is that right, Matt? You normally put it on internet.
Yeah, no, do present your talk that you prepared.
Go on. Yeah,
we'll squeeze the other speakers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Hey, well, you asked for it. Do I have screen sharing powers in that case? Right now it says I do not have screen sharing powers.
Yeah. Bear with me a sec here. Yeah, there you go.
Says the host is not allowing sharing at this meeting.
Sorry, here we are. I'm clicking on.
If not, we'll just shoot off the hip. It's okay.
You start and I'll bring it up as soon as I can find the right button.
All right. So what is this thing called Thelema, first of all? This is a new religious philosophy that the figure of Aleister Crowley had innovated or had channeled to him during a particular magical working that had taken place in Egypt, supposedly within the king's chamber of the Giza pyramid, when he was carrying out a bit of sex magic in 1904, and a demon by the name of Ayahuas, who apparently presented itself to him through his Scarlet Woman at the time, basically said, okay, here is a message from Horus. Horus is a god known as the son of Isis and Osiris of ancient Egypt, but it didn't have that name at the time. It had a different name that they were using. I'm just going through my slides here.
You can share now, Matt. I've changed the settings. Yeah.
I can share now. Oh, I see. It's not even. Oh, here it is. Okay. So can you see the PowerPoint just now?
Yeah, we can see it.
All right. So here, let's go from the formal thing. So as you titled it, the role of the devil in Crowley's Thelema, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will was the general rubric around which he formulated this thing. Doing what thou wilt was the notion that those who were initiated into his particular rites and teachings, which were expansive, would have a self-deification. They would be shed through a series of rites and rituals of their previous beliefs in God, of morality, of conscience, and we would become essentially a self-actualized entity that would discard any concept or belief in God or anything outside of themselves, with this very, very strange notion of all is one. Because if you could see God in everything, including in evil, and if you can integrate the evil within yourself, within the self that you want to become, and you converge all of these moral opposites into unity, then you are God, effectively. I mentioned his influence on the culture is very ubiquitous. There he is, famously presented on the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band by the Beatles. Jim Morrison was a follower of Thelema, who had even stated, I am interested in anything about revolt, disorder, chaos, especially activity that appears to have no meaning, which is what he tried to celebrate and amplify within the spirit of his messaging. Dr. Dre, that's influenced so much of the African-American and rap culture, follower of Marina Abramovich, a renowned Wicca, Satanist, Druid, high priestess. who worked very closely with Kanye West. This is a little excerpt from his recent video Power, also a collaborator with Dre, featuring himself as a self-deified being. There we have the Rolling Stones. Mick Jagger presented or wrote the music for a number of Crowleyite films, including Sympathy for the Devil, which was a part of a broader popularization project of the devil. David Bowie also was a follower of Crowley's Thelema. Okay, so let's see a little bit more about what is Thelema now and who is Crowley. Crowley was a man who was known as a bit of a chameleon. He had many names: Baphomet, the Great Beast 666, which his mother gave him when he was a teenager. Perdurabo, Master Therion were a few other monikers. He was a figure who was born to a wealthy family in a strict Plymouth Brethren sect in Warwickshire, England. He had entered Trinity College in Cambridge under the patronage of William Gascoigne Cecil, who was a part of what's called the Primrose Society, which was essentially a Jacobite society that had been around for some time, convinced that it was necessary to restore the Stuarts in England onto the throne, and also a number of occultists moved through this Primrose Society. It was heavily tied into the early days of British intelligence. William Melville, who was the head at the time of British intelligence, played a big role within that Primrose Society. So Crowley was brought into this. Around that time, he must have been recruited into British intelligence, according to the works of Richard B. Spence, who wrote a book called Secret Agent 666, Crowley, British Intelligence, and the Occult. It's a good book here. And in 1897, so this got him into Cambridge. In 1897, he was initiated into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn's Isis Urania Temple in London. The Golden Dawn itself were founded in 1887. All of its leading members were also members of Madame Blavatsky's esoteric section of Theosophy. Blavatsky had herself created Theosophy in order to unveil something called the Age of Isis in her Isis Unveiled. This is, again, highly influential. It popularized such things as the swastika and other things in our current era. I would say both left and right-wing strains of fascism have been heavily influenced by Blavatsky's theosophical doctrines and those spin-off groups, including the Hermetic Order, the Golden Dawn, that came after it. Now, zeroing back into Thelema and Crowley's motives, I think this little excerpt from his confessions that he wrote later on in life is very indicative of what was going on in his mind, where he says, "I accepted the theology of the Plymouth Brethren. In fact, I could hardly conceive of the existence of people who might doubt it. I just simply went over to Satan's side." So here he is talking about this strict, exclusive Plymouth Brethren sect that he was born into, created by John Nelson Darby, the founder of premillennial dispensationalism and rapture theology that so shaped the Christian evangelical mindset, especially in America. Now, Crowley is saying he never actually disagreed. He always maintained the belief that Darby was correct, but he just simply saw the other side. So quickly, to understand the devil, I think it's going to be important just to simply look at what was Darby actually saying. What did he believe? Well, he basically, in short, there's much more to it, asserted that God has a changing relationship to humankind defined by millennialist 1,000-year dispensations, of which there would be 7 in total before the full end of the universe. And this is actually something that he took from a Jesuit scholar named Francesco Rivera and another earlier Christian eschatologist named Joaquino Fiore, and some earlier Sibylline traditions that had existed even back in the Roman Empire times. Darby's 7 ages were effectively, number 1, the age of innocence, the age of conscience, the age of government, the age of patriarchy, which went on from Abraham to Moses, the age of Mosaic law from Moses to Jesus, and then the age of grace, which was apparently Jesus to the present. And the age of 7 was up for dispute. Now, Darby's 1,000-year reign of the Antichrist, the 1,000-year reign of Christ would be preceded by a 7-year period in Darby's view of tribulation, where the Antichrist would rain hell and havoc and murder on the world. Crowley basically said, yeah, that's true, except I'm the guy to do it. I'm the guy to usher in that, what he called the Age of Horus. Now, Darby had commissioned one of his top leading Plymouth Brethren scholars by the name of George Pember to write a book called The Antichrist, Babylon, and the Coming of the Kingdom, where Pember had configured an argument for Babylon and the need to recreate Babylon within the Holy Land somewhere. And he says, the wonder is that the restoration of Babylon has never yet been attempted. As soon, however, as Christendom is united in the form of the 10 confederate kingdoms, all jealousy will be at an end, and the great prize may then be seized for the common good. No doubt commerce will be the exciting motive. The civilized world will perhaps combine to build a great central emporium, which by their united exertions will quickly surpass all other cities, and finally become the capital of the Antichrist. Sounded pretty good up until that very last sentence. You're like, oh, the reason why you want to build this great emporium of progress for the common good is to usher in the Antichrist at the end of the day. So what the hell is that? All right, some of the big followers of Darby from the Plymouth Brethren, exclusive Brethren sect that had an inner teaching for the exclusive initiated and an outer teaching for the uninitiated included this figure, Ord Wingate, who is a co-founder of the Haganah, a leading figure with Jabotinsky, and who worked closely as well with Michael Sykes of Sykes-Picot fame, who is the official biographer of Wingate, actually. His cousins included T.E. Lawrence and E.G. Brown, Brown being a patron and sponsor of Jamal al-Din al-Afghani of Salafist fame, and T.E. Lawrence, a handler of the a Hashemite whisperer. Okay, Thelema is what? As I said, it was channeled through a ritual in 1904. Now, the idea was to replace all religions and unify new synthetic religions, including modified Abrahamic-rooted faiths in the New Age, which will dominate the Aeon of Horus. Yeah, I'll move through that. Ios was known as an emissary of Horus, as I mentioned already, and it involved a trinity of deities called Nuit, Hadit, and Ra-Hurquit. That is, those were other names given for Isis, Osiris, and Horus. And Horus was known as the age of the crowned and conquering child, was his idea of Horus. Crowley says that this Aeon of Horus will be a time of unconstrained personal freedom in which a handful of supermen, led by Crowley, sort of the Nietzschean Übermenschen, would perfect their wills and become gods. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law for the supermen. They will delight in wines and strange drugs, which shall not harm ye at all, as well as every kind of sexual excess. Meanwhile, the rest of humanity, the slaves, shall be made to serve the supermen. Compassion is the vice of kings, Ios told Crowley. Unlike the age of Aquarius, which was presumed to be a harmonious and smooth transition to the New Age, his age of Horus must be inaugurated by total war of destruction and death. Crowley also said, there is a magical operation of maximum importance, the initiation of a new aeon. When it becomes necessary to utter a word, the whole planet must be bathed in blood. Before man is ready to accept the law of Thelema, the great war must be fought. This bloody sacrifice is the critical point of the world's ceremony, of the proclamation of Horus, the crowned and conquering child, as the Lord of the Aeon. A few other points here just to point out. So, got a very clear idea of what he wants this new Aeon to be, which will involve Thelema as the new religion for the godmen to lord over their slaves. It's a master-slave religion. He involves several new rituals that he innovates, including the rites of Eleusis, the world's first drug rave, where peyote and other psychedelics were infused into essentially music that he wrote under a revival of the ancient Eleusinian mysteries. The Gnostic Mass, he also modified and essentially created the Gnostic Mass, which is still popular amongst Gnostic circles today. He developed various sex magic rites at a Babylon working ritual using scarlet women, with the idea that if you do things with the right incantations and rituals, a lot of this followed some John Dee work as well that he had been working on, then you could have a demon literally take over your body while you're procreating with a scarlet woman, basically a throwaway woman who would then be impregnated to be the seed and host of the Antichrist. Now, this has been attempted in thousands of cases of followers of Crowley, many including figures who created, institutions in NASA like Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, who I'll say something about very shortly. He created the Templar revival in the Ordo Templi Orientis. This is why he gave himself the name Baphomet. There's a picture of Baphomet on the right, illustrated by Eliphas Levi, featuring the Solve Coagula, an androgynous deity or demon that he took as very important. He called the guardian of the key of the temple. The Temple of Solomon was a big part of Crowley's Solomonic magic, which is where he also added to the greater and lesser key of Solomon that little Mathers and other Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn figures had popularized. He created several new orders, including he took over the OTO for the English-speaking world. He called it the Mysterium Mysticum Maximum, and the Argentum Astrum is the Order of the Star of the East that he created in 1907, and the Universal Brotherhood of the Mahakakra, which is the Universal Circle, led by one of his magical childs, Charles Stanfield Jones, who also ran the OTO office or branch in Vancouver, the Agape Lodge number 1. And just to illustrate here, that was his Baphomet logo. So that was in the 10th degree that he created when he took over the OTO from Theodore Royce. Featured that logo there, which was a direct take from the flag of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, featured on the right. He also called it the de Molay cross, named after Jacques de Molay, who had been burned at the stake for basically witchcraft, and I think rightfully so. Actually, in my research, I went into it thinking that Jacques de Molay was wrongfully accused by Philip le Bel. In fact, I think it's actually very true that demonology and other black sorcery was being worked upon by these leading Templars who had made their base in Solomon's mines, by the way, in the Holy Land, and it was them who oversaw this ritual bloodbath of the Crusades. That was the the Kingdom of Jerusalem, which many of the Templars, which had an esoteric sort of character, were managing for well over 200 years. Part of the Babylon working involved both sex magic, but also sacrifice. That's a big part of Crowley's world, and he even has advice on his Book of the Law. That was the book transmitted to him in 1904, describing how to look for your best sacrifices to the demons. He said the best blood is that of the moon, then the fresh blood of a child, or a dropping from the host of heaven, then the blood of enemies, then of priests or worshippers, and last of some beast, no matter what beast. Just to say, it wasn't just sex magic. His influence on World Wars I and II is massive. As I mentioned, this Secret Agent 666 book by Richard Spence is highly useful. He saw this as a way to actualize this age of Thelema, one of the Thelemic followers of him who oversaw the Argentum Astrum Lodge was Sir J.C.R. Fuller, whose work on tank warfare. He was a general in the British military. His teachings on tank warfare is still taught in West Point and military academies to this very day. He was the lieutenant of Sir Oswald Mosley, featured in the middle. Oswald Mosley was also a Theosophist and a Fabian, as well as being a right-wing hardcore fascist, the head of the British Fascist Party. And Fuller had direct connections to Hitler and Himmler amongst the inner workings of the SS. And it was through Fuller that the Thelemic doctrine was infused into many of the leading SS figures, especially around Himmler, who created his own New Templar order in Wewelsburg Castle, bringing in also strange Bonpo monks from Tibet who had carried out a lot of dark magic on their own terms and had a lot of similarities with the magical workings of the Thule Society and these figures. That's the name of the book that I was mentioning, and it proves actually that in this book that not only was Crowley a lifelong agent of the British Empire, but also that he played an instrumental role in the sinking of the Lusitania and transmitting information to British intelligence and the British High Command in 1914-15 that the Lusitania was carrying weapons as well as civilians, resulting in the Germans taking this thing, basically, destroying it as a way to provoke kind of a Pearl Harbor kind of feeling in the Americans that would all of a sudden get rid of their isolationist attitudes and be willing to go in and basically, support this completely absurd war. Crowley's heirs, as I mentioned, Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, the guy who goes on to found Scientology. The other guy on the left was responsible, in fact. There were U.S. military intelligence investigations on Parsons' role in transmitting classified Manhattan Project weapons and rocketry information, as well as nuclear weapons development information to Israeli intelligence in the 1950s, before Parsons mysteriously died, although it seems in occult circles nobody really believes that he died at the age of 40 or 38 in a strange explosion in his garage. They had together been doing Babylon working rituals to invoke the Antichrist in the deserts of New Mexico. He also had plans to go and live out his days in Israel, just as a side note. That's a thing. Scientology directly used the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn cross with the secondary X sprung through it, and a lot of the same symbology was infused under a new Scientology garb by L. Ron Hubbard. Some of his heirs also include Michael Aquino, who is the self-professed avatar of Crowley, who carried out workings in Himmler's Wewelsburg Castle in the 1979 to 82 period, and who had worked with the head of military intelligence, Army intelligence, General Stubblebean, in commissioning the overhaul of U.S. Basically what was known then as the revolution in military affairs, following the protocol set out by his Mind Wars from PSYOP to Mind Wars white paper that he co-authored with Colonel Paul Vallée, which oversaw the training of basically infusing the occult and New Age into the training of military officers who would go on to be the new vanguard of a Mithraic Grail knighthood of Jedi high priests. In fact, one of his programs was known as the Jedi Warriors program in Fort Bragg. A lot of these graduates who went through this process of indoctrination went on to be rewarded with high positions of power within the U.S. military, especially through the days of Iran-Contra, where a parallel government under Oliver North and John Poindexter, who were followers of this group, had been created, and that these groups were also deployed to oversee Desert Storm and the operation of 9/11 for its new Pearl Harbor moment in America. There he is, by the way, on the left, with Sammy Davis Jr. and Anton LaVey, who he had formerly been the second in command of at the Church of Satan. He split off and created the Temple of Set, basically the name of Horus's uncle, who kills Osiris as part of his new, rebranded or version of the Age of Horus that he wanted to invoke. There's the grandson of Anton LaVey, Stanton LaVey, who is also a leader of the Temple of Set, with Joe Rogan wearing his 666 shirt, very close friends, and the Baphomet statue of the temple or the Church of Satan unveiled at the, I believe, Arkansas legislature. There's some other heirs of the of Crowley amongst the evangelical right. I mentioned the PSYOP to Mind Wars paper that overturned the training, or basically changed very much the training in U.S. military intelligence, was co-authored by Paul Vallée. There he is with Charlie Kirk giving the thumbs up. He is, of course, a co-founder and advisor of Turning Point USA, which was devoted to changing the minds of Americans. He's also an early promoter of QAnon, as was Michael Aquino, for that matter. And he was a member of the Jerusalem Summit organization, devoted to relocate Palestinians and the Palestinian people to surrounding Arab countries as a solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and to bringing about the organization's belief that, quote, this is from their website, one of the objectives of Israel's divinely inspired rebirth is to make it the center of the new unity of the nations, which will lead to an era of peace and prosperity foretold by the prophets. So he's a supporter, a member of the Jerusalem Summit that has that mandate. Pete Hegseth, of course, has this very disturbing tattoo everybody has seen of the Templar, the Kingdom of Jerusalem, multifold cross, and has even said that the purpose of his life is to rebuild Solomon's temple. That's something he said in Jerusalem in 2017. And he's also called for American crusade, saying that our present moment is much like the 11th century. We don't want to fight, but like our fellow Christians 1,000 years ago, we must. And he calls for basically a new crusade against Islam and China. And again, I think he's telling the truth. It is not that different from what happened 1,000 years ago in an earlier dispensation, according to the minds of some of these psychos. And I mentioned John Poindexter, who helped craft this parallel government architecture with Ollie North under the Iran-Contra business of the 80s. Poindexter went to jail, got out of jail, and immediately was commissioned after 9/11 to create total information awareness utilizing the Eye of Horus as its symbol for a mass surveillance grid for our own security, which, if people remember, was rejected by the US population. We were not ready at that time to accept that kind of destruction of our liberty. And so they canceled it, but a year later unveiled something called Palantir, using basically the CIA's venture capital front called In-Q-Tel. John Poindexter directly met with Peter Thiel, as did Richard Pearl, who was a leading Straussian overseeing the clean break doctrine, for that matter, and together they basically created a new total information awareness with a new all-seeing eye that would look over everybody in the form of it. That was the name of the orb, the Palantir orb, that would give its user omniscience to see all, to watch all, and thus for all to feel like they're being watched. And if the slaves always feel like they're being watched, they're going to be much less inclined to rebel, as Bentham, another Satanist, innovated with his panopticon idea. And on the bottom right, there is a picture of both the symbol of Palantir with a figure looking at you, looking creepy, by the name of Louis Mosley, the grandson of Sir Oswald Mosley, who is the president of Palantir UK. Of all the people in the world, you got Sir Oswald Mosley, the Hitler of Germany, whose grandson is now all of a sudden the head of the Eye of Horus operation. And just quickly, I wasn't going to do this, but what is this Mystery Babylon in Crowley's mind and the mind of many others? I think when you're looking at the recreation of Babylon in order to satisfy certain prophecies in the book of Revelation, the borders of the Neo-Babylonian Empire during the 48 years the Jews were in captivity look startlingly similar, not identical, but very similar to the plot of what Greater Israel is believed it should be or become in the minds of certain fanatics who think that that's a good idea. And what is the Antichrist? I don't know. There's a lot of contenders for who they wanted to see the Antichrist or who this Mystery Babylon was. I know I was bothered when word came out that Kate had unveiled her second-born child, or maybe it was the third-born child, in 2018, using a dress to the world for the first time, using a dress that was a replica exactly of Rosemary from Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby, where that's a screenshot on the right featuring her holding some red roses. Probably a little tip of the hat to the Rosicrucians that also had a connection both to Crowley, but also to this larger initiation that John Dee and Edward Kelly were trying to stimulate. There's a picture of the pedophile Polanski in the middle, who made the film, also is very much tied to the Charles Manson circle. And one could speculate if the death of his wife, Shannon Tate, by the Manson family had anything to do with some sacrifice that Crowley had called for regarding the death of a child, especially your own. And I will just say a number of Crowley's own children didn't make it past babyhood. One can only, again, speculate why that was the case. But that's my very short presentation.
No, thank you very much, Matt. It's like trying to stop Niagara Falls. We could carry on listening to you for ages. The one thing, I just want one answer, just one very quick sentence in response. The thing, my question to you is very simply in one sentence is, what did Crowley actually think the devil was? Did he think he was the Lord of this world? Is he a physical being? Is he a consciousness state? What was Crowley's vision of the devil? In one sentence, please.
I think it was a Gnostic demiurgos of an evil God that created the world evil, but only those who are strong enough to internalize that fact, which would be his Superman types, would be permitted to be made in the image of that force. I don't think he even believed in a higher light as the Gnostics believe in. I think that was his fundamental core deity that he worshipped.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. So huge amount of data you've given us. We'll share the slides. I hope maybe you can, think about that last question, and another time we'll go into more detail. Hugely interesting. I'm just very conscious of time because we've got 3 speakers due to start. I want to move on to hear from them. I thank the speakers, Craig, who's left, James, who did a brilliant job, and then, Matt. That was stupendous and raised millions of questions. But we want to go on and talk about the devil in Christian thought. This is the next sequence. And for all his sins and horrors, Crowley was actually, ironically, a Christian of sorts. There was a Rosicrucian phrase that says, Christus verus Luciferus. Christ is the true Lucifer. I think he would agree with that. And I want to therefore move on and ask, if we can wait a second, Inga, could you, if you have a question, put it in chat? Is that possible? Because time's pressing. I want to ask Simon to lead us off on the devil in Christian thought. I know he's prepared a thoughtful speech for us. Let's give him the time. He's talking to us about Christian mystical understandings of the diabolic versus Christian Zionism. So, Simon, the floor is yours. I hope you have some exciting things to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. So with 3 speakers, I'll try to limit to about 15 minutes, yeah?
Yeah, 20 is
or,
fine.
or less.
20
Okay.
minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so many things to say from today, but I was very mindful when Matthew, I think, gave reference to William Blake, referring to Blake's marriage of heaven and hell, which I think is a great example of a Christian mystical tradition concerning the diabolical. I wrote down a little quote. So most of the points I've got are different from what I'd originally thought I would speak, but I think it's relevant to the conference. Firstly, Blake, if you can see God in everything you see, you have seen God. If only you see only the ratio, you have not seen God, which I think is quite an insightful comment, which I'd like to unpack a little bit at the beginning. I'll repeat the essence of what Blake was saying is that if you see God in everything, then you've seen God. If you only see God in some things, you haven't actually seen God, although you think you've seen God. The implication that Blake is getting across is that God resides in all things. It's quite a similar idea to Hegel, who I'm very interested in. Now, Hegel, of course, gets mythologized and has been criticized by so many people, but it's quite shocking how poor their criticisms are. Even people like Bertrand Russell, who has great reputation as a philosopher, yet his comments on Hegel are just almost ridiculous. And then you've got Schopenhauer saying that Hegel just speaks, as he described it, a lot of mystical nonsense. And I'm just thinking, and Russell's point is that he's somehow suggesting that the nation state can do what the hell it wants, if you like. That Hegel was suggesting somehow that spirit was manifested in the state, and therefore what the state does is without reproach, without question, which of course is not what Hegel was saying. And most people that really know Hegel say he's saying something completely different to that. Yet you've got Bertrand Russell, Karl Popper is another one. Karl Popper is probably more caustic than most when he's reflecting on Hegel. His comment was along the lines of Hegel is responsible for 20th century totalitarianism. Ridiculous, ridiculous. So just a little bit on Hegel. So what did I write down about Hegel? Hegel, I mean, first of all, he was a philosopher and a theologian. That's really important to understand. He was a Christian theologian and a philosopher. That was his original place that he started from. But he basically, in a slightly different way to Kant, he liked the idea of including all thought in our all thought in the process of human consciousness and understanding, rather than just leaving certain aspects out. And his concept of Geist, which we would interpret as spirit, which is normally associated with the mystical or the divine, which it sort of is in Hegel, in the sense that Hegel sees spirit as the initial first cause or the first principle, God who gives life to all things. And so therefore humanity is like a divine emanation. And but when he's talking about spirit in his philosophy, what he means is the autonomous movement of human thought. But because human thought and the community of humanity is itself a divine emanation, he sort of uses the two phrases interchangeably. So it's almost like humanity is on a journey to enlightenment, and it's a gradual journey to enlightenment. It might take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. It's not a linear journey to enlightenment, but it happens through the dialectical process. So if we use the example of master and servant, for example, which is a very common Hegel idea, it's the idea that people oppress others, that people end up in power battles, people defer, and others therefore take advantage of the deference of others and therefore get their way or their will. And he's kind of expressing something that is a sort of commonplace thing in human relations. Yet he comes out with the point that the master is not actually going to be emancipated until the slave is emancipated. There's a contradiction in the relationship. There's a non there is a non there's an alienation in the relationship. It's not something that is the final position that the relationship can turn out to be. And therefore his general idea of becoming is that emancipation for both master and slave is possible. And therefore, if you were to sort of consider this in the context of eschatology, and particularly the geopolitics and the world peace that we're looking at the moment, he would basically suggest that nation states that are trying to get their own way and expecting other states to defer in the same way people might in some sort of human relationship, if you like, the society of states, if you like, then this ultimately is not the end of the game. And so Hegel has been misunderstood as someone who seems to be supporting this process of a powerful state that can do whatever it wants, when in fact he's actually saying or suggesting that before humanity can get consciousness of what it means to transcend the master-slave relationship, it actually needs to experience it. It can't circumnavigate the experience and expect to know it, to just pick it abstractly in some reasoned way, and then would be able to be the solution to humanity's issues. I kind of drifted off into philosophy a bit, and I probably don't think that's helpful. Let me just bring things back to the basic description of the diabolical. It seems to me that the diabolical, if we accept the Christian view that all things work to the good of those that love him, is a very commonly understood scripture. And what people understand by that is that it doesn't really matter what happens in life, it will be turned into something that is good. And I would like to place the Christian mystical tradition within that context. So, for example, when people see the devil in things, it can lead to all sorts of reactions. So Hypatia, for example, who was a woman, a scholarly woman in the 5th century who lived in Alexandria, somebody decided that she was a heretic, and she ended up being torn apart literally in the marketplace by an angry mob of Christians who considered themselves to be followers of the way. We see in our own time Marvin Gaye, the great soul singer, Prince of Soul, I think he was called, was killed by his own father, shot by his own father, who was a preacher. So what was Marvin Gaye's father seeing in the son that led him to kill him? Probably seeing the devil in him, or the mob that tore Hypatia apart was seeing the devil in Hypatia, and therefore we've got to eliminate the devil for the sake of humanity. We're doing God a favor. We're helping God out by getting rid of this devil. Whereas what I think the Christian mystic perspective is, which is completely different, it's almost like the if we encounter a devil, we're almost meant to encounter a devil because there's some way that the devil is part of the process leading us into enlightenment. And it's a similar type of idea that Hegel basically has, which is why I talked about Hegel at the beginning, but I'll avoid going off into philosophy. So, for example, we meet somebody that we don't feel comfortable with for one reason or another. Perhaps we dislike things that they say, or we feel that they don't resonate with our own particular views. Is this something that is demonic we are experiencing, or is it something that is going to lead us into a place where we can process our own thoughts and understand what we actually believe? And I think this is the sort of approach that the Christian mystics would take, as opposed to seeing something of the devil that needed to be overcome, persecuted, or obliterated in some way. So I suppose psychologists would tell us that if we meet someone that makes us feel uncomfortable, it's normally something about ourselves that is being challenged by the particular person. And so if we see that as a positive rather than a negative, that perhaps that scenario is bringing us psychologically to a place where we can understand ourselves better, then we are being brought by that circumstance to greater understanding. Now, if we consider, as Christians do, that the divine gives life to all things and sustains all things. So, beginning of John's Gospel, in the beginning there was the Word, the Logos. The Logos was God, and the Logos sustains all things. All things are sustained by the Word, by the Logos, by God, the mind of God, as the Hebrews understand the meaning of the word. The the mind of God sustains all things. That means that the demon and the devil is being sustained by God's life. That's not to say that there aren't things that we consider to be unpalatable, unholy, unspiritual, whatever words we want to describe it as, that do harm to ourselves and harm to others. Of course, there are things that do harm to us and to others. There are people that persist in doing harm, and they definitely need to be stopped. Personally, my own particular take on people that do things that we don't want, of course, that needs to be stopped, and in the sense of preventative and action that just needs to be happened as a consequence of existential threats of some form. But of course, the key to all spirituality is love, and as we understand within Christianity, that mercy triumphs over judgment. So the idea is that, and this is quite important in the Christical mystical understanding of the diabolical, that it's really important to rather than seeing something to hate, is that a person deceived, as it were, expressing and desiring to do diabolical things, is the vulnerable person in society rather than the person that's okay. And there is the Christ line, it's not the well that need a doctor, it's the sick. And so therefore, a person demon possessed, for want of a better phrase, is someone who is the vulnerable person who needs the support. Yes, they need to be stopped in their behavior, but it's a deception. It would be seen as a spiritual sickness, if you like. I'm also mindful of Carl Jung if you're familiar with his psychological counseling idea of individuation, where a person becomes aware of their own subconscious, they become aware of their own inner conflicts, and anything that makes people more aware of those inner conflicts might be an uncomfortable process. But Jung would suggest it would be naive to then react to that uncomfortableness as if someone is doing something wrong. It could be that it's bringing a particular issue to the consciousness that enables us to be able to deal with it. In Jung's Red Book, there's a really beautiful story of his own experience, Jung's own experience when he was delving into the subconscious. He found himself in caves, and when he was deep down in these caves, he encountered two figures. One was Elijah, and the other one was Salome, I think her name was, the girl that danced in front of Herod and eventually asked for the head of John the Baptist. Okay, so in that story that Jung describes, he encountered all sorts of dilemmas. He was having internal conflicts. He was not at peace. He was really finding it a dark and disturbing vision or dream, if you like. Well, this I think is the case in point, is that if a person, for example, has decided that, well, of course Salome isn't going to be in a good relationship here with Elijah, it would cause a problem to a person that couldn't accept that. But the in the Christian mystic understanding of God is that everyone's already included in the thing. There's no proselytizing or anything to do, and of course the heretic or the person possessed by the diabolical is included in that process. They've just been unfortunate enough or vulnerable enough to not have experienced the divine consciousness themselves. So I think I guess what I'm trying to say is that the diabolical, rather than being something to resolve and organize a war against is something to just be accepted as something that exists, something that is the actual diabolical is being given God, Zeus, Allah, all the phrases we use for God, it is allowing the diabolical to be there and to exist. And so therefore, if all things are working for the good, there must be some reason for it. There must be something that we need to discover about it that is not a simple, visceral, angry response, and that somehow, and I'd like to suggest that the diabolical is something that leads us to enlightenment. And enlightenment does not mean an enlightenment for one partial group of people. It literally is a communally experienced enlightenment, which crosses all the boundaries that many people have expressed so well in the conference today.
Jolly good. Well, that's a great spot to end that on, Simon. Thank you very much for taking us through that very Hegelian, zigzag way of coming to your conclusion, which gives lots of food for thought. And I know you have a lot more to share, but we'll hear that on another occasion, because we've got another distinguished speaker I want to ask to speak next, Doug Scott, joining us all the way from Dallas, who's been grappling with these issues as a counselor on the grassroots of the American psyche. So he's going to give us a report back on the diabolic from the perspective of an American psychotherapist counselor who's written about these things. And he's going to describe what he means by the Great Bash, which is an intriguing concept. And Doug, please take it away. The floor is yours.
Well, first off, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you clear. Yeah.
Okay, great. I did prepare a script, so I'm going to be doing some reading as well as ad-libbing, but I wanted to be very mindful of the time.
Well, you've
and I
got up to
appreciate.
half an hour, Doug. We can
Okay.
carry on to the next session. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I have been grappling with these ideas, good and evil, well, I think since the womb coming out. And so I'd like to just basically say right here at the very beginning of my presentation, I want to tell you that I will be sharing with you my belief that there is a planetary-sized collective thought form, or egregore. Some people call it maybe an elemental, which we humans have created and have nurtured and have been enmeshed within for millennia. I think the human imagination has called this great collective thought form Satan or the devil. And here I would assert that this great bash, which is what I'm calling this elemental, is actually very similar. In fact, I would say this is part 2 of Simon's talk in some ways, is meant to be there. Okay. And there's a cosmic law that I'd like to develop with you as part of this talk. But before I get there, I'd like to just basically establish a little bit of my epistemic background so you have a sense of where and how I'm coming up with these themes. My name is Doug. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in the state of Texas, and I like to consider myself a psycho-spiritual counselor. I hold 2 graduate degrees from Boston College, which is a Jesuit university. It's a clinical social work degree, as well as pastoral ministry, which is more like applied theology. And I've spent more than 20 years in clinical practice, so I feel like it's the front lines of identifying both the Great Bash in the individual as well as the way through. So I'm hoping to be able to provide a bit of a framework to diagnose this Great Bash, which I would argue, and you're free to disagree, but I would argue is implicit in the presentations that we have seen here today. My religious formation is within the Catholic tradition. Probably now I would see myself as more small c Catholic, even though we do go to Mass, and I love participating in the Eucharist, which means Thanksgiving, by the way, in Greek. But within Catholicism, my specific spiritual love is Franciscanism, and also the contemplative Christian mystical stream, some of which was touched by Simon, I think. I've always been interested too in that nexus between the spiritual and psychological, and also the bridges between the conventional and the esoteric. The sources I draw from would be depth psychology, primarily Jung, the Desert Fathers tradition, particularly Evagrius Ponticus, Rene Girard's scapegoat mechanism, and centrally, the Law of One material, which is a channeled material produced between 1981 and 1984, which I feel I was led to in 2013 and have studied ever since. I did have a profound UFO experience at the age of 7 in 1981, which happened to correspond in the same month of the beginning of that Law of One material channeling. So there's a connection there. And I would say I'm not telling you any of this to establish authority, but basically to explain I don't approach these as purely academic. There's a lot of different ingredients that go into this. And I hold it all with open hands, or even loosely, even the raw material, as much as it has been a clarifying overview of the perennial tradition, as best as I could have ever seen one before. Well, okay. Before we get into the Great Bash, I would like to say that there is a cosmic law. And for me, this cosmic law, again, was certainly implicit in Simon's presentation. I think it is the foundation, if I could say, of not only the Christian understanding, but I would argue the perennial tradition's understanding of things like development or evolution. And that cosmic law is the law of three, which I actually call teleopotentiation. Don't have to remember that word, but I will circle back to what I mean by teleopotentiation. The law of three is a universal creative principle that, as far as I can see, operates at every scale of reality. Here we have an affirming force meets a denying force. And from that interaction, a tension arises. And then there's a sense of agency. The tension actually awakens the conscious mind. We become conscious of the tension that lies within the subconscious. And it's a tension that enough that wakens us up. It can jar us into saying, hey, I feel something and I have agency to perhaps do something about it. And then we can inaugurate what's called the reconciling force. So we have the affirming force, the denying force, and the reconciling force. And these three operate, in a sense, in a dynamic unity, a dynamic tension. It's not necessarily sequentially. So just to be honest, I'm drawing from Gurdjieff's Law of Three as taught to me by Cynthia Bourgeault. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that name, but she is not a exoteric or conventional, nor esoteric mystical teacher, but rather a mesoteric, meso meaning middle, mesoteric teacher of Christian mysticism, and very popular in the West, particularly in the United States. And she's worked with my friend, personal friend and spiritual father, Richard Rohr. So if you're familiar with that name, it's sort of the lineage from which I might come. Now, I've given this principle a name, Law of Three, as teleopotentiation, and that comes from the Greek telos, which means purpose or aim, And it comes from the Latin potentia, which is power or latent capacity. So put that together and you have this purposive activation of latent potential through the interplay of opposing forces. And for me, this is the central primal push of God, of the creator, if I could just say creator. And that is this: the one constant, eternal, if you will or desire. In the Greek, it's known as the will pleasure of the creator, is to know the creator self through, in, and as the manifested world, and in the relationships of every entity that form in this manifested world. All of that is profound glory, the plenum activated to give the creator, the infinite, a sense of itself through the interplay of the illusion of finite reality. Okay, so teleopotentiation, we have contrasting forces generate a tension, but that tension is not a problem. We might call it, in our human feelings, we might call it conflict, but really it's just a contrast. It's a tension that we feel in the subconscious level, whether individually or collectively. And we want to be able to bring that contrast that's formed up into the conscious mind. Because when we do that, it's the very material which then potentiates transformation. And as Simon alluded to, transformation is really the pathway of loss and renewal, or dare I say, death and resurrection, particularly here on Easter Sunday. It's appropriate to maybe mention that Paschal mystery. Okay, now this is important because now that we've learned a little bit about teleopotentiation, I'd like to then bring in that the tension that is felt, the law of three would state that tension that is felt, if it remains in the subconscious level, and this is where I am arguing the great bash has been developed. If it remains in the subconscious level, individually or collectively, then it resolves that tension at the same level that created the problem, the same level of consciousness that created the problem. And so it chooses the familiar. It chooses the scapegoating and projection. And the karmic cycle continues. It just recycles, but it doesn't just recycle to be exactly, it actually recycles to be and intensifies. So it recycles and intensifies. So each unprocessed karmic cycle returns at a higher intensity and we feel it more. And if we are not conscious, and I would argue that humanity is not, a lot of us here are not, then that karmic cycle returns and is felt at a higher intensity. But again, it is to wake us up to then emerge into some level, to resurrect, if you will, into some level of heart consciousness where we can choose the ethos of wholeness rather than perpetuate the ethos of separation. So I'd like to just argue that if we indeed choose option 2 of resolving that tension, so option 1, I call it the status quo resolution, choosing something familiar, perpetuating the cycle and intensifying it, versus option 2, choosing something because we have awakened and we are daring to choose something new. And we can resolve that tension at a higher grade level of conscious awareness. And this produces a new gestalt, a novel, complex singularity, something qualitatively new that includes all the parts that contributed, the contrasting forces, the tension, it includes it all, but transcends them into a new plenum, a new wholeness. And this new wholeness begets more wholeness, begetting more wholeness. It's God infinitely plenum, experiencing God's self in, through, and as the manifested universe. And then inside of that manifested universe, experiencing activated wholeness, not potentiated. And that happens through, in the human level, conscious choice of resolving tensions at a higher level instead of scapegoating and blaming and then even researching and finding the devil behind every rock, or behind every group. There is a sense that wholeness would always say, if you're going to point the finger, point it rightly over there, and then one finger pointing rightly in here. Because what is true out there is true in here. And if I'm looking for the way in which there's evil everywhere and trying to uncover esoteric mysteries, I might be finding something true, but guarantee you that there's something inside of me that I am not looking at nor desiring to look at that needs to be integrated. Because otherwise I wouldn't be pointing fingers only out there. So that is something that I hold as true for my personal self, but also with my clients and in presentations such as this. Now, to get into the Great Bash, we are under a planetary shift. I think that the Law of One material would call this a shift from, say, the third chakra of God into the fourth chakra of God, the heart chakra. There's a sense of everything being a fractal. And so if it's true at the individual level, it would be true at the larger level. And the Law of One material describes Earth, or as I would like to call Terra, or Gaia, doesn't matter, but is a planetary entity. Like we are cells inside of a larger corpus. And that is part of this whole developing, unfolding of this divine order of evolution. And we are sentient cells. We have the capacity for sentience inside of this larger corpus, which we might want to say is a capital P person, a Terran planetary person. I think that this maps onto Teilhard de Chardin's concept of the noosphere, if you're familiar with that. That's a self-aware noetic membrane emerging from the biosphere. So we would have the geosphere moving into the biosphere, and now we have the noosphere. When this is us, the noosphere, this is what humans contribute. And we are in the threshold of moving from the third density or the third chakra of God into the fourth. That threshold, that liminal space, that birth canal is where we are positioned, and we must make a planetary choice on how to deal with our own unresolved bellicosity. So we can think of this as a birth into fourth density, but the birth is very labored. It's a complex birth. Now, the Great Bash, naming the egregore. I'd like to say that karma is not punishment. It's inertia. And as many spiritual traditions teach, as well as the Law of One material, is that forgiveness would be the brake that stops that inertia. When forgiveness is never invoked, the accumulating imbalance grows into an intense nexus of energy constituted by the nature of its own arising. And what I mean by that is when we create this blockage by feeling something, some way to scapegoat somebody else or another group or another tribe, and we develop this warlike mentality, even in the name of progressivism or even in the name of Christ, that warlike mentality is itself the ethos of separation. and it frames our entire worldview. And that framing creates in the subtle realms, the imaginal realms, a psychic parasite. It's a thought form, okay? And it's something we create. And it is vampiric in its functioning, in a sense. It achieves a kind of sentience that desires, like all creatures desire to do, which is to keep living. So here's the thing. I want to be clear. The central point in my talk here is that I'm not rejecting the language of the devil. I'm not saying that the devil is a metaphor. I'm not just saying it's a symbol for bad behavior. What I'm saying is that, in my opinion, the Great Bash is what traditions have called Satan or Lucifer or the evil one or the I, the seat of evil. It is real, it is sentient, it is powerful, it influences human affairs. And what I am trying to correct, however, is the ontology, specifically where it comes from. It is not external. It is not a holy other, a fallen angel, say. As far as I can see, it is something that we have created it. It's fed by our collective worship of redemptive violence, nurtured by every civilization that has lost its hope in the destruction. It's located, really, its hope in the destruction of its enemies. So over millennia, it achieves a certain sentience, has its own agency, and the origin is ours. We built it, we feed it, and we live inside of it. So let me offer just a quick analogy. We might think of social media and its algorithms as something very similar to what I am saying is metaphysically existent in the astral plane, or whatever you might want to call the subtle realms. And that would be the Great Bash. So we can kind of see it in terms of social media. What the acronym stands for, well, I've desired to give this acronym a name instead of calling it Satan or whatever. These are such loaded words. I call it the Great Bash. B stands for bellicose attitude, and that's the normalization of combative framing as the default worldview. A in Bash is aggressive actions. That would be the translation of bellicose attitudes into policy, to violence, to coercion, and to celebrating those things as if they're good. S would be scarred and scared. This would be the trauma substrate, the collective woundedness that makes bellicosity feel necessary. And then lastly, hope. I'm sorry, H would be hope through hostility. And this is, as far as I can see, the deepest inversion. This is the belief that safety and salvation come through domination. It's the myth of redemptive violence. And it never delivers what it promises, but it always promises, does it not? So, how does this look in the contemporary illustration given the title of this conference? And I'll just add this. I want to be mindful of the time. Is it okay, Thomas, if I have 5 more minutes? No? I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Sorry, yeah, do carry on for another 5 minutes, Doug. Yeah.
Okay. All right, great. So, for example, where is this current bash speaking at full volume as far as I can see? Well, as we all know, February 28, 2026, the United States and Israel launched Operation Epic Fury. It's a massive military campaign against Iran. And even as early as yesterday, we had the Strike Eagle aircraft being shot down over Iran. And the president has promised to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages. We have Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The the pictures that were given by Matt earlier, yes, I think it was very evocative. He's previously called for crusades against Islam. He hosts a worship service at the Pentagon in which he prays for, quote, overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy, for every round to find its mark, and for enemies to be delivered to the eternal damnation prepared for them. And he prayed this in the name of Jesus Christ. So I would argue that this is truly diabolical, because dia means across and bolical means throne. This would be the opposite of what's called the symbolical, the symbolon. Bringing together versus diabolical is, in a sense, bringing together in order to throw across, to basically present the opposite in the name of the symbolic, in the name of the unity. So this is how we can get somebody like Pete Hegseth to evoke the name of Jesus Christ, which, as far as I'm concerned, is code word, almost like cosmic code word for wholeness made manifest. In the name of that code word, he's able to say, let's perpetuate the ethos of separation, which is truly, in my opinion, a spokes voice, an individuated singularity that shouts out and basically channels this great bash. So lastly, I would say that in every dimension, as far as I can see in the Trump administration, and I obviously revealing my bias here, but in every dimension of the MAGA sphere, I see the bash is present here. Trump, I believe, is not even in a sense his own person. I don't think he has depth. I think he's really manifesting a one-dimensional archetype. I mean, his name, Trump, is evocative of victory, a bellicose victory, you see? And I think Trump and MAGA are, in a sense, the pus that arises in an infection, and necessary for us to see in a mirror, is this what we want? Because Trump and MAGA sphere, in my opinion, represent in overt fashion what is present in you and me. It's present in me. To the degree that I scapegoat, to the degree that I refuse to look at the unintegrated parts inside of myself, is to the degree that I am refusing to look at the mirror, which I would argue Trump and Trumpism offers us. So if we can learn to desire to hold these tensions inside of us, desire to resolve the tensions inside of us from a higher grade level, then we will indeed not be affected so much collectively by this great bash. And eventually it is seen to nod itself at the exit of the play by saying, I have done what I'm here to do. Thank you very much, because it has created that tension that we all feel and hurt from. And it has been the catalyst for us to choose wholehearted living. Okay. Thank you.
Gosh. Well, Doug, that was a masterpiece. Thank you so much. This has been a feast, and I'm sure people are going to want to look at your books and listen to this talk again. There are many questions that arise from what you've said, but I think what we'll do is we'll go on, because we've got 3 other amazing speakers lined up who've joined us from different parts of the world.
Thomas, I'm okay. We have time, so if you want to take Q&A or questions for Doug.
What I was going to say is let's do the next 3. That's you're on next, and then we'll do questions at the end. We can then have a big
one thing really quick. I'll put this in the chat, but I have written all of this in a book that I just published, and that is free on my website, cosmicchrist.com. net. So the PDF is there. If you want a hard copy, I'm Amazon. But
Okay.
otherwise, I offer all of this.
Well, thank you so much, Doug, and thank you for your work you've been doing that fits in so well with the other speakers. And I think if we move on to our next, sorry, if I'm gonna.
There's some interference.
Yeah, it was
Can
Jay.
everyone put themselves on mute? Tom, it's just an intervention because of time. Some people have been here all day. Others have just joined. My suggestion, I agree with you. Let's take the next speakers, let them roll, and then open up the discussion.
Let's do that.
Also, Tony Gosling, the UK broadcaster, he might join again for questions on his presentation. So yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Okay. Right. Well, look. Thank you for that. Let's move on. I want to introduce Satyen Raja as our first speaker. This final session is an interfaith panel. We're like feeding back now. We've heard from our Muslims, our Christians. I did the rabbi talk. We've had some fascinating sharings. This is a sort of interfaith wrap-up session. And Satyen is like a one-man interfaith miracle walker because he's born into a Hindu background, born in Africa. He lived in London, in Canada. He studied Chinese Taoism, Buddhism in very, very great detail. He trained with a Gnostic trainer from Serbia. So he's put together some amazing teachings. I've been privileged to work with him, called Accelerated Evolution. And we work together with the Wisdom Keepers Council. So Satyen is joining us from Canada, BC, near Vancouver. So thank you so much for coming, Satyen, and your lovely wife, Suzanne. I believe you're both going to share some wisdom with us today. You've missed a great day, but you can catch up later on it. And we're throwing you into the deep end to tell us what you think of, interfaith approaches to solving wars through mutual enlightenments. What would that look like? Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to acknowledge everyone here and much love and blessings to everyone's good intention here. Doug, your last bit of your share, it just landed. I read The Law of when I was in my early 20s, and it's been very close to my heart. So we're very aligned. I'm looking forward to share more. So I'm Satyen Raja. This is my wonderful wife, Suzanne. We met in high school, and this was when we were youths. We met 17, 18 years old. We developed a great bond. I grew up in a Hindu traditional family, business family. My father's side, business people. My mother's side, Gandhi family. So social servants, servants of humanity.
And I grew up in a Catholic family where my father was a deacon of the Catholic Church, and he was brought up in a Jesuit school growing up, and later became a deacon. And then we, from two different backgrounds, we got together. The East meets the West, and it's possible through the depths of what we're about to share with you that what exists in the world right now is such a polarity, such a tension. As I heard the tail end of Doug's wonderful talk, I heard the word tension. And tension is what is being felt right now in the world. There's a very big tension that's going on. We can all feel it. And we felt it very early on as a couple trying to come together, trying so hard, coming from two different worlds, to come together and express what we're here to express with each other and for the work that we have in the world. And that tension is something that I would like to get into, but I would like Satyen to begin, and then I'll take off from there.
When I was quite young, I was really sparked by the spiritual path, by the seeker's path. I saw the old Kung Fu TV series and the martial arts shows, and I had a full past life regression at 12. I had a full-on experience, and I realized I was meant to be in the Shaolin Temple. I told this to my Hindu parents. They're like, Shaolin Temple. Well, we didn't even know what I was talking about. Based on an Indian Hindu person having a deep recollection of a Buddhist warrior tradition, which is a very funny thing at 12. Anyways, I pursued it. There was a miracle. I found a Kung Fu master who was awakened, and I came into deep tutelage and studied with him for over 20 years. And eventually I went on to have my own martial arts school. But what was interesting in that journey was when I was young, I asked my parents about all the Hindu rituals. They're devout Hindus. Every morning they do their puja, they do these ceremonies, very quiet. There's no indoctrination. They don't talk about religion. They're very quiet unto themselves. And I asked my parents, why do you do this ritual this way? Why do you make turn the light this way? And they said, son, we love you, but we don't know. This is old. We're just following our tradition that we have learned. We know God, we love God, but we do this because our families taught this. And I was frustrated. As a young man, I was challenging my parents. They should know why they're doing the ritual. And so my parents said, honey, if you want to know about God, you have to go out in the world. Ask priests, mullahs, find wise people, holy people who have touched God, and then keep going for that pursuit, and then you will find your relationship. And I was frustrated, and I couldn't imagine later how blessed I was that my parents didn't indoctrinate me into one system, but taught me to go seek, go search, go find wisdom that transcends one form. And so I went out on a search, and I was blessed to find masters in warriorship, masters in tantra, sacred relationship, and non-duality, and yogic teachings. I was blessed to find masters in shamanism. I've been practicing that with my wife, plant medicine journeys, and taking people in that for about 35 years. I went deep into metaphysics, and I went deep into the core of it is self-realization, self-actualization from all the world's traditions. And for me, what cracked me open was a particular process called the Enlightenment Intensive, created by one of my mentors, Charles Berner, or Yogeshwar Muni. It's a self-inquiry immersive where you ask, who am I? Who am I? With a partnered meditation. And after a period of time, your identities all dissolve and you become awakened in the direct transmission and experience of truth, without doctrine, without philosophy, without theology, the direct union with truth itself, called samadhi, kensho, oneness. And so I was lit up within. I became on fire, and that's where I started giving enlightenment intensives around the world for the purpose of this. I saw that, the challenge that we're having is that on the outside, we're fighting around theology, doctrines, and such. But there's no one who's had the direct experience of God, which has been in an argument with each other. There's no one who's experienced union with the absolute love, which has a fight on a temporal level. And therefore, anyone who hasn't had a direct experience of union and the nature of love, truth, oneness, God, is always going to end up fighting, bickering, complaining, challenging everyone's theologies and philosophies and ways of thinking. And so for me, what I realize is we must find the spiritual war that we're having is not on the outside. It's ignorance of the direct experience of truth. And I believe that we have all the resources on the planet for utopia here. We have all the money. We have all the technology. We have all the science. We have all the brilliance. What we don't have is enlightenment. Because when we all experience the direct nature of truth, enlightenment, these seeming differences start to dissolve and a profound truth comes up. And as my father-in-law says, Peter says, the truth of those in the center of all religions, they're more connected than those extremes within one religion. They're more together. So the center Hindu, the center Muslim, the center Christian, the center Buddhist, the one who's in the core, simple, human, in the heart, we're more connected than the extremes in any of our own individual theologies. How many have experienced what I'm talking about? So this is the essence of what I wanted to get across. When I was over the last 2 years, I've had some very powerful spiritual experiences I wanted to convey. Again, being brought up Hindu, my deepest imprint is Hinduism. When I was a kid and my parents went to India to take care of my father, my grandfather, I stayed with my Italian friends, the Girgenti family, also Roman Catholic. And when first time I saw a church, I was scared. I came in, I saw a cross, a dead man hanging on a thing, bleeding, and I was in shock as a kid. What's this? Told my friend, I says, Marco, what's this? He goes, it's God. I go, what happened to God? And we're just boys, we're kids. And he says, the soldiers killed him. I go, well, how can soldiers kill God? And it just shook me because in Hinduism, gods create universes, dissolve universes. The idea of shrinking down to this frail person that can get killed, I couldn't get it. And that also shook me in my core and went, what are all the views that we have that keep us connected to a blood cult, to a bloodlust? If we take a look at every one of them, they have some bloodlust, many of them associated to that. And that fulfillment of the bloodlust keeps us in this continuous antagonism. There's only one force that's going to clear it. There's only one force, and that's enlightenment, the same human liberation. And so how we're going to achieve that is what I want to share about. And I call that, rather than horizontal dialogue, we need vertical alignment, vertical experience. So there's interfaith approaches. We can dialogue, we can speak to each other, we can share each other's doctrines, we can take a look at what's the unifying threads in all of them. And I think Thomas is a master of that, many of you are, that you're looking at what is the threads that we can all sit on and go, yes, we are one. We're more one than we are separate. That's the theological interfaith approach. What I'm going to propose is even deeper, that we sit together, that we close our mouths, that we take on mutuality of spiritual practices, meditations, prayers, that bring us into a state where we lift beyond the mind together, where Hindu chants are chanted together, Christian chants, Muslim chants, and whatever they are, that we sing together, that we break bread together, that we understand the human condition together, that we find the unity. 2 years ago, and again, being brought up Hindu, I had a shock when I had a kid, so I had this resistance to the idea of a crucifixion. And I was with my Christian friends, and they said, hey, come to this gathering. I was in this gathering, we were chatting, we're all talking, and I'm feeling their love. And all of a sudden, this sacred miracle happened. I started feeling my heart open, and I started feeling what's it like to be a Christian. Not from the outside view, but from my own inner awakening, brought up, feeling the love of Christ for me, feeling the redemption possibility in his love. All of that, it blew me away. Because for the first time, I experienced the experience of Christ's enlightenment, not the idea, not the understanding, not the theology, the oneness with Christ's force. And it touched my heart. It made me dissolve and resolve all the unconscious patterning of tension or resistance I had around the Christian faith. And then about 8 months later, I'm at a friend invites me to a Qawwali singing. And Qawwali is ecstatic Sufi singing, where they get together, Allahu, 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 and you get higher and higher, and you get ecstatic and ecstatic. And in that experience, the whole room got so ecstatic. And my father, I couldn't believe why my father was, as a Hindu, years ago when I was a young fellow, he would take Qawwali, he was a manager for Qawwali singers across Canada as a Hindu, which is strange to me, right? I got it. Because in that ecstatic rapture of Qawwali, I felt what it's like to be a Muslim, to feel the bow, the reverence, to love God, and to have such that I would bow 5 times a day, that I would submit my ego to the Great One. From the inside out, I felt what it was like to be a Muslim, not from outside. From the inside out, I felt what it was like to be a Christian. From an inside out, I already knew what it was like to be a Hindu. From an inside out, I felt what it was like to be a Buddhist, a warrior in the Shaolin tradition. And then from there, all separation dissolved. My heart now is open. I can speak to any man, any woman, any child, and I can touch their faith because it's in my heart. And so what I want to wrap up with this is our closing is that our willingness to let go of the real estate of what we already know and the real estate of our theologies and the branding of our religions, which are just brand names, just like Walmart, Costco, they're brand names for the same source. In the same way, I wrote earlier today, when we look at the stained glass window, if you go to a Hindu temple, stained glass window, beautiful images of Krishna, goddesses, Shiva. If you go to a Christian church, stained glass window, beautiful scenes of Jesus, Christ, Mary, all of that. You go to a mosque, you see beautiful, Islamic imagery and symbology and language and letters come through. The same light coming through different viewpoints, coming through different stained glass windows. For us as leaders in interfaith, we must pursue the light that's prior to the stained glass window. We must pursue the awakening to that light, which then is the source of all our philosophies, all our religions, because it is the oneness that we're thriving and yearning and really in our hearts yearning for. And it's always there. It's always available. And on that note, regarding the devil, there's an old saying, is it trying to get in us? There is a devil, without a doubt. Is it trying to get in us? Or is it trying to get out? Bless you all.
It's beautiful.
Suzanne, are you going to finish
Yeah.
the final thoughts?
I just want to, first of all, take a breath because I am sure the wisdom that has filled this room has just been such a huge gift. So just a breath for us all, first of all, just taking a deep inhale and then an exhale. The devil of history, the devil, evil, all of that. I believe that there is a tension in this world, a tension that causes us to feel there's something outside of ourselves that is pressing in and pressing hard. And yes, that is true. And that Satyan ended it with, is the devil within or without, basically. You know, there is this. There's the phone. There's the things that are calling to us, and we're feeling a tension of some attraction, something that is attracting us that feels like a tension, but it's actually an attraction that we're looking at, and we're saying, oh, that over there, that is wrong. That over there, that is wrong. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. Wait a second. Wait a second. It is an age of attraction to something that is outside of ourselves that we really need to stop and go, hold on a minute. Why are we so attracted to something that we label evil? Instead of taking a moment and stopping and going, hold on, that to which we are looking outside ourselves, is there a kernel of truth? Is there something inside of ourselves that is unprocessed, that is unseen, that we're afraid to look at in our own selves? And we're putting it outside, externally, and going, that shouldn't happen, out there. There is an opportunity right now in this world for us to take note of the very things that attract us and actually awaken us, and to look inside and go, okay, where is it that I've lost touch with source? and instead, looking outsourcing the source that's within us. For example, taking a breath instead of what's going on, take a breath. Because when we take a breath and we slow down, we're really able to see things with discernment where we wouldn't before. So I urge us all to start with our breath first thing in the morning instead of picking up the smartphone. Instead, get smart, go inside, draw that breath, and allow the source that's available to us all to align us with a deeper truth that is inside of us, that has always been here and is always awakening us, as Satyan would say, to a deeper truth. So the breath, it seems so simple. It seems so simple. Breath, yeah, but there's things to do. Yeah, but without the breath, that's where we get into trouble. So slow down, take a breath. How are we breathing? And then, are we in our core awareness? Are we in our core? Do we know in our core that we are strong? Are we building the strength from it within our core? The heat, the fire, has that gone down? Has it turned down because we're attracted to everything else? Or can we awaken that breath, that source of life, that fire within, and come back to that place and turn that up? Whether that means, what are we putting into ourselves? What are we eating? Are we drinking enough water? Are we taking on that water itself is the very essence of our life? Is so much of our life is in our water. And there's the water that's going on the planet and what's being polluted. How are we polluting ourselves or nurturing ourselves? Are we drinking water, taking that in? Beloved family, human family, drink more water. Drink more water, breathe. Start there. And then we're turned on by so much exterior in an exterior. I turned Netflix on yesterday. There was a show called The Age of Attraction. Do you know what that is? That's basically talking about no matter what age what age you can be turned on. So somebody 16, 20 years older than you can be attracted to that person. Doesn't matter, older or younger. What is that saying? That's talking about being attracted to someone so much younger. This stuff is going on in the world. You look at Epstein things. This is happening right now on television. You can get this on your smartphone. All kinds of despicable things are going on in the world. What are you attracted to? Are you allowing yourself to be really turned on in your body? Loving your body? And awakening to what turns your light on? That needs to start with source. Connect back to that. Connect back to feeding your soul, your body, your sustenance, and wake up. Wake up to the truth of pure life force, and then share it. Share the great one. Connect to the great one and share the great one with others. Come back to that beloved family and connect to family, because we are a human family. And when we forget that, we go out of sorts. The tension has got to be tension of allowing each other's voices In tango, which is what I love so much, the art of tango. The art of tango is it takes two to tango. And what that means is there is no wrong. There is no wrong. No one has ever been wrong. What if we come from that? What if we come from trying to understand each other and dance with the divine, starting with ourselves, and see the divine? What if there was no evil? Just feel that. Awaken to the truth in you. Nurture the truth in you. And you will begin to see that in the world. I bless you. I love you. I am grateful that you are in my family. And let's continue to see all as family. And when we do, the world will shift. Bless you. I honor you all.
Well, thank you very much, Suzanne and Satyen. That was a powerful sharing from both of you. And you complement each other brilliantly. There are so many questions arising we could go into, like, is Suzanne suggesting we learn to dance with the devil? You know, probably. But, we'll go into that later another time. I want to ask our next speaker, Jürgen Siu, who's joined us, who has some very important information to share about his research into near-death experiences, the afterlife, what you know, because this narrative isn't just about our lives here, it's our souls in transit, the bigger picture journey. And Jürgen is a world expert in all this. Are there diabolic realms after death or not? You know, these are really important questions. Is there a hell, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So Jürgen, please share with us your insights. This is really important.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, Thomas. First of all, I have to say I'm not a teacher in any sense. Okay, I see myself as a reporter, you know, more than anything really, and I have had the privilege to look into the subtle realms. I mean, not with one near-death experience, but with literally hundreds. And I spent hundreds of hours in the astral realm and in other realms. And I kept a diary of all my experiences. And I actually had experiences of seeing the manifestation of diabolical entities, you know, as well as angelic encounters with entities and things. At the moment, I've been active, being called to Germany to give seminars, and the seminars I'm giving are around living in the present, living in reality, and living in the unity which we already anchored in. We are anchored in unity, except we are too fast asleep to recognize it. So what I do when I wake up in the morning, I experience a sense of gratitude. That's the first thing, the fact that I'm actually being allowed to be aware of my true heritage. Okay, and that is a kind of training I try to transmit to people who come to the seminars, that we are actually asleep. You know, we are not aware. And so the awareness is already waiting for us to be acknowledged. So I discourage people to think, you know, instead of, so what I say to people, look, if you want to say something, say it with your heart, not with your thoughts. If you want to listen to something, listen to it with your heart, rather than finding a fault or debating it and carrying on with the internal dialogue which we are totally engrossed in our daily life. Okay, and the same applies to all the senses. If I want to look at something, if I want to look at nature, I look at it with my heart, not with my eyes, and process it through my thoughts. And all this transcendence of the physical senses takes us straight to our unity consciousness. And there is no path we need to go for many years. I mean, I've been meditating for over 50 years now. And when I was in my early 20s, after 3 years of intensive meditation, I was awoken having breakfast, holding a cup of coffee and a sandwich, and I suddenly wondered who this person is who is holding the sandwich. And then I had an experience that I couldn't associate, I lost the connection, the identification with this persona I was. And that led to, via a series of ecstasies, that led to an awakening in terms of the only way I could describe it was the absolute or neutrality. Okay, there was nothing. There were no attributes I could assign it to. But then after that, my whole life changed. My meditation became more an awareness of appreciation, of gratitude. I wasn't sort of concentrating or focusing on something. And that led to a very dynamic acceptance of my higher self, if you like, which I experience as a silent presence. Okay. And I refer to it as my silent companion. And whenever I wanted to find out something more about reality, I addressed the stillness inside myself. And that became sort of the teaching element. All the time this was happening, I was privileged to enter out-of-body states, which very often were introduced via lucid dream. And then over the years, I experienced the other aspect of reality, to which we are totally unaware of. We are totally asleep to, and which happens in our subconscious mind and in our dreams. But our dreams we are unaware in our dreams. It's only through lucid dreams when we can take control of our subconsciousness that we can actually go the path where we can experience everything, the whole totality of our humanness. So this gradually then turned into something where I had special out-of-body experiences, if you like, where I was given an assignment, not by some higher force, but I was put into situations where I was able to study what reality consisted of. And in the course of the event, I sort of recently created sort of several books in the Elysium series, where I've been trained as a commercial illustrator. I studied in Hamburg Academy. I was trained by a student of Kandinsky, and later Rudolf Hausner, who taught me how to paint realistically. And this is how I came close to the demonic aspect, because during the course of my meditation, I became aware of my shadow. And the way my shadow manifested one day was I was painting a picture of some demonic entities which I sort of accessed during my dreams. And then I became sort of fascinated by it. It wouldn't let me know. So I painted this picture, which became more and more realistic. And then one day I was meditating. I had a studio which was about sort of 5-6 meter by 4 meters, quite big. And the easel was on one end of the studio. And one day, as I was meditating, I heard a mighty crash. And when I got up, I thought I had an intruder in the room. but the doors were closed, the windows were closed, and what happened? The picture had been catapulted off the easel, and an ashtray, a very heavy sort of 1 kilogram ashtray, was catapulted from one end of the room to the other end, with all the cigarette ends being the evidence of it made it pass across the room. And I experienced this incredible coldness. And until then, if anybody would have told me there is such a thing as a demonic force, I would have just ridiculed them and you expected them to seek medical help, really. But that was a reminder that there are forces in us we can create, or which are there, or which we can activate through our focus. And then through meditation and through further out-of-body experience, I gradually became aware how the whole system functions. And in my latest book, Elysium Illuminated, I actually did a narrative about there's a parallel world to our physical world, which is based on the weak force, strong force, electromagnetic, and gravity. There's an astral equivalent for each of these forces, and the two aspects of reality form a whole. And we are continuously living in these two worlds, and one feeds on the other. And so, I mean, in one instance, I witnessed how we actually, on the astral level, can create energies which can lead to manifestations. And the most profound results are our thought forms. We create thought forms. The moment we have a negative experience, or which are fed by strong emotions like anger or hatred or anything like, or resentment, they form actually a thought form of energy which materializes into some form of entity which we can actually see and we can be affected by. And in one experience, I witnessed a group of dead people getting together and forming a colony on another part of the astral plane, and they manifested, which at the time, I didn't have any idea or knowledge of what was going on. I wasn't really reading up what other people have written about it, but I called them external animated entities, artificial entities. And these people who formed the colony, they created a life of luxury by forming artificial entities in terms of servants, chauffeurs, and they recreated this sort of paradise where they have loads of people who are serving them. And one person had formed a harem, underground harem, which he tried to keep to himself, but everybody was sort of silently aware of it. And I spoke to this person, I saw him, and I saw all the beautiful women he was surrounded by. And there was one woman who had bright green eyes or green pupils, and she was very attractive. And I said, "What is it with this woman?" And he said, "Yeah, she's extremely jealous, and she is pestering me, and I don't know how to stop it and how to get rid of her, So then it became clear to me that he had actually manifested this person who had assumed an autonomy over which he had lost control. And that is sort of very symptomatic that what we do in our daily life all the time, we're creating entities which start controlling us and we no longer can control. And so these two worlds merge at that point where we are the creators of our problems, where we, for example, we are choosing people who lead us who are malignant narcissists, and we are quite happy with our choice because we don't know any better, because all our subconscious energies are sort of projected outside, and we don't see anything wrong when we are surrounding ourselves with dictators who totally control our lives. And so I always found over the last 50 years there is no separation between the two worlds, the inside world and the outside world. The only thing that can save us is by remembering our origin, and by waking up from the dream which we constantly maintain, that we are thinking of, but that our dreams are real, and we have nothing really to identify with, because all the things we identified previously with, they have been sort of eroded. Our religions, they have been eroded because we have lost the authentic connection to the experience of what the religious ancestors or the great avatars with Mohammad, Jesus, and in Buddha, and all these people have tried to present to us and remind ourselves, and we lost connection. We have eroded them and replaced them. And this absence of true identity has led to the fact that we are trapped in our subconscious mind, in our dreams, and we don't know how to get out of these. I mean, the thirst, I noticed the thirst for becoming, finding an identity showed itself first sort of 20 years ago, that people started covering themselves with tattoos. And I always thought tattoos are a very good symbol of creating a logo of ourselves, something we identify with. But all the tattoos we cover ourselves up, they are just symbols, and they have got very little meaning. And if they do have a meaning, the meaning is not a present reality experience. For example, let's say we have a tattoo of a Star of David or of a cross or something. It's not a living experience anymore. It's just a symbol. And so what I'm trying to remind people of when I give my seminars, not to get hung up on teaching or on their thoughts, or mull over reality, or find something they can identify with, but simply, as the lady earlier said, to breathe, to become aware of what actually is, and yeah, Fritz Perl, he sort of captured in this saying, get out of your mind and into your senses, become aware of what is now here. And the way to do that is via appreciation and memory, and remembering what we actually are. And that is not something that has to be attained over a long period of time or through learning. It just has to be we have to be made aware of. And that's basically at the heart of my sort of 50 years of doing meditation, practicing. In the end, it comes down to a very simple thing: wake up, remember who you are, and that's basically all I have to say.
No, thank you very much, Jürgen. That was very insightful. And as with all the other speakers today, we could drill down into that. And, it's very similar to what Plato said, that all knowledge is about remembering. Socrates came from the same place. And, there's many questions that will arise. But let's thank you. Gratitude is key. And move on to our last official speaker. If we can hear from Jameson, who's joining us, I think, from Britain, and is going to talk to us about, bring us back to the poetic, the druidic and bardic traditions. We've discussed that. What is the devil in druidry and the bardic route, Jameson? Over to
Hello
you.
there. I just want to say I really enjoyed that, Jürgen. Really, really insightful. It reminded me of my experiences when I was a Brahmachari monk, very short time in 1996, and I saw energy move, dark energy move like a succubus and feed on people. And it was that sort of abstract experience when I was following very serious ascetic lifestyle that made me realize that the way dark energy moves and feeds off people's emotions. So yeah, I really connected what you were saying. Okay, so Thomas has used the Shakespearean quote about hell is empty and all the devils are gone. So I'm going to talk today a little bit about that. In a more poetic way rather than academic. You'll have to excuse me my references, but I'll mention some of them. So to give you a little bit of background, I don't talk very often. I think the last time I talked for Thomas was 5 years ago.
Gosh.
I am yeah, I'm more of I like burning things. I'm a fire ceremonialist. I've been for 30 years. I'm more into burning than talking. But anyway, I'm a druid bard. But I'd first like to say before that, and this is really important about what I'm about to say, is I'm a human being first and foremost. Because I think the problem we have here is material consciousness. The devil is mostly a Christian concept, and it's material consciousness that creates that. Once we go into the enlightened consciousness state, we're all one. And we're not pointing the finger, them and us. They're the devil, we're the angel. In that enlightened state, the devil suddenly melts away. So I say that the devil is actually material consciousness. And it's stepping away from lust, anger, and greed and wanting to take people's oil, take their culture, their territory, and replace them with something else. I'd just like to counter a few stereotypes about pagans. I often get asked if I dance naked in the wild. Never. I don't even take my trunks off in a sweat lodge. Am I polygamous with lots of girlfriends and wives? No, I'm not. My Turkish wife would murder me if I did. And I definitely don't sacrifice naked virgins. I think there's a lot of stereotypes about paganism. That's where I'm going to start my talk. So starting with a Celtic perspective, we must address a fascinating cultural shift. So in Celtic paganism, there was no devil in the Judaic-Christian sense. Instead, there was the horned god of fertility, animals, and the underworld. So to cut a long story short, we know Christianity arrived in ancient Britain with the Roman importers. They were actually the biggest pagan empire, but then Jesus was killed and they decided to use him to start a religion from the Middle East. The image of the horned god was rebranded into something evil when really it was the wild power of nature. So thus the devil concept replaced the more holistic idea that wild nature is part of our own consciousness. Next section, the architecture of gaslighting. To understand the devil, you first must look at how the word has been used to control people. I think a perfect example is the book of Abramelin. If you know Abramelin, he influenced much of the modern day occult. I'm not into the occult. I'm a druid bard, but I also am an initiated Hariakandi devotee, which is Eastern mysticism. All I do is surrender and pray. I'm not casting magic. But Abramelin had a very, very famous ritual which required 6 to 18 months of intense prayer and purification to reach one's holy guardian angel. And it was deeply religious. And yet it's the cornerstone of much of the modern occult. I think, and this is going to be controversial, so you can say afterwards, but this shows there's a little difference really between magic and prayer when someone's just asking for material rewards, because both come from the ego. You know, you might be praying to Jesus or you might be praying to some other god or goddess, but ultimately it's the ego wanting a material reward. And historically, labeling something as the devil has become the ultimate tool of gaslighting. The original faiths of Britain, as we know, were nature-based animism, and these were then gradually replaced by Roman imported Christianity, although there is suggestions that they coexist side by side for many decades. Today, even now, we've heard today, many Christians demonize pagans. We heard about witchcraft and secret societies today. But this is actually still this stereotype against pagans. It still continues. And I can sympathize very much with Muslims. In fact, I'm married to a Turkish wife, and all my friends nearly are Muslim, or nearly all my family. I've lived on and off in Turkey and the UK for 12 years. So I know Istanbul, and I know Muslim culture is beautiful. I've never ever had anyone force religion down my neck. So anyway, going back to the topic in hand, The God versus Satan dualism, it allows the powerful to claim they're the force of good, or branding anyone they want to conquer the devil, as we have Trump and Netanyahu now, who are using religious language to justify war and the pursuit of oil and the stop of those terrorist devils. But we all know that they're not liberating anything but the oil. And the other, if you're going to bring in a statistic, that was a Norwegian professor that said that 20 million people have been killed in 37 countries since 1945 by Christian America. And the same nation were responsible for genocide for up to 115 million native Indians through war and viruses, all in the name of Jesus. So this is what I'm talking about. It's the ultimate architecture of gaslighting, calling those that you oppose the devil. But actually, are you the devil? Because you're committing acts of genocide and stealing resources, stealing nations' traditions. Right, let's go back to poetry now. So I'm just going to look briefly, and I'm going to end on a poem of my own. But this, if we look at the devil in world poetry, John Milton's Paradise Lost. So Milton's Satan is the ultimate egotist. He represents the moment we decide that our own pride is more important than being part of the whole. He just chooses destruction over cooperation. He wants to be the master of the kingdom. Quoting from that poem, the mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell or a hell of heaven. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. And then we have Goethe, John Wolfgang, and Faust. I remember being in a play when I was about 14 and being one of the devil's henchmen. Goethe's devil is a cynic. He doesn't want to believe in anything and wants to see the world perish. So he represents the cold, intellectual side of evil that mocks life and beauty. To quote, I am the spirit that negates, and rightly so, for all that comes to be deserves to perish wretchedly. That is my proper element. And then if we jump forward to Baudelaire, who I studied at university briefly, and The Flowers of Evil in 1857, Baudelaire argues that the devil is most dangerous when he's invisible. He's not a monster under the bed, he's the boredom and apathy that leads us to do cruel things without thinking. It reminds me of the situation we have now, where Trump and Netanyahu have attacked Iran. How many people stood against him to begin with? Not so many. Spain were very vocal against what was happening, but still, the invisible devil, I like that idea. And then if you look at scripture, the Bible, we see the devil as a tragic figure of fallen beauty, and it warns us that evil often starts with a bright light or a charismatic leader who becomes corrupted by their own fame. In How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? And then in the Quran, the devil's sin is based on his identity by proclaiming he's better than man because he's made of fire. He invites the them and us mentality that causes all racism and war. I am better than he, thou createst me of fire, while him thou didst create of mud. And then to India's famous Bhagavad Gita, the Bhagavad Gita teaches that hell is not a place but a state of mind, and it's driven by lust, anger, and greed. 3 are the gates of this hell, leading to the ruin of the soul: lust, anger, and greed. And now I finally end up with a scripture, a very short scripture that I read probably when I was about 23. I'm 53 now, and it's called the Ribu Gita. If you haven't come across it, it's very small. You can get a PDF free online. So in the Ribu Gita, it tells us that there's a false belief that we're just physical bodies in competition with each other. And this fear of not having enough is what fuels hate and greed. So the Ribu Gita tells us that the only real thief of happiness is the thought that we're just the body. When we realize that we're the spirit, the fear of death and the need to overpower others disappears. The thought, I am the body, is the mighty hell. This thought is the enemy. It is the great thief. Abandon this thought and be happy. So in that enlightened state, when we see that we're one with all, and we've led many different lives, we're not going to steal anything from anyone. We're not going to attack anyone. We're not going to demonize anyone, because we see the light in everything. So closing down this debate of poetry, the battle against this devil is fought, I think, through education and on social media. We know how social media is toxic. There's polarized views out there that keep us angry and divided. What we need to build this unity of philosophies. We need another age of enlightenment, bring together the wisdom of all faiths and philosophies and atheism and science to see that we're all spiritually linked. Devil spelled backwards is lived. To live only for the physical body and the ego is to stay trapped into a self-made hell of material consciousness, an existential dread. What happens after I'm gone? But to live with spiritual consciousness is to see through the gaslighting of the world and embrace unity, one ocean, many rivers, or Sanasandama as it's called in India. And we've got to stop identifying ourselves with our limited selves. The devils that Shakespeare spoke of vanish, because finally we see the light in everyone. And now I'm going to end with a poem that I wrote many years ago. It's part of a book, about 300 pages. I've never published it, but maybe one day. Been procrastinating on that one. It's called The Corpse of Conscience. So to give you a little flavor of what's going on, this is a book about a man called Jim Paris, and he goes on this dream journey, and this dream guardian takes him through various different experiences. And this is where he meets the corpse of conscience. An extract from the Chronicles of Jim Paris. The dream maiden tapped Paris on his shoulder, and all around the air seemed to smolder with an electric, mystical sensation which shook Paris into terrified elation. She, his muse, his guide, and now his love, gently held his hand with white velvet glove. The floor beneath Paris vanished and crumbled into ether, and then he descended rapidly through an unreality beneath that seemed somewhere between dreams and the waking day. There he fell deep and down into the sacred soil, and all of his plans and thoughts were spoiled. For now his destiny was anew, and past concepts of life were foiled. Tranced out mesmeric water, crystalline, flowed from her in an ecstatic spring, which exploded in every inch of his body, fragrant like frankincense, gold, and myrrh, like some eternal peaking love drop sent from the chief of all life, the source of all belief and inner sight, whipped into a tornado in the eye of the storm. Color flipped into the center like a spinning banshee sword, ghosting traces of an energy deep of ancient lore. His corporeal form was lifted into the bare and frost-like air, and he flew up and round in twisting, pleasing moments without the sense of being scared. And then a scream and a shriek, lashes of pain, wrenched his lurid frame into a penitent collapse, and Paris witnessed a state where all the people slaughtered in the name of religion appeared on the world map. Down the centuries, down the millennia, stared back at Paris in horror at their demise in murderous wars and attacks. And in the middle of it, a blood-stained corpse leapt up and into midair. It span wildly with irreverent shouts and babbling grunts right there, until his eyes locked with Paris in a standoff of terrifying complexity most rare. You think I wanted all those sick bastards to slaughter in my name? You think it was me who commanded those armies into battle to kill in the name of their gods for their sick games? It was only ever the ego of the human race that conspired to use my name for all their ignorant hate. The spirit of anger and conscience had spoken, and all of a sudden Paris was thrown 1,000 feet through the air until his head smashed into treetops wooden. Splinters whipped his limbs, and he fell further and further down and down into a silent marble chamber of simplicity and solitude and no sound. Thank you very much. That's all I've got to say for today, and it's really lovely to hear. I've been listening to you all since about 11 o'clock.
Oh, bless you very much, Jameson. That was a great poem. We want to see the book. And that was
I'm a
superb.
terrible procrastinator. I need someone to
work
to hit me with a stick and make me finish it.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay, so look, we've reached the end of our fantastic day, bar the questions. Let's have a little discussion here. Can I invite Vandana Mehta, who's joined us from India, I believe, who's a Jain? She might want to ask or make the first comment. You've listened to some of today, Vandana. Would you like to comment on or ask any questions of any of the speakers? You've heard some of them, I think. And then anyone else come in. And maybe Vandana's gone off for a bit. Are you there? Okay, Hanan, you're off the starting block. You go for it, please. Any
Yeah,
question?
I have been listening carefully to your beautiful interventions, this is spiritual guidance. It's so important for somebody like me at these moments of our history. Watching my people being slaughtered, it's very hard for me to connect to reality. It's very hard for me to understand the human soul, human spirit. It's very hard for me to justify or to even to realize, for example, how can I invite all this evil? How is my soul capable of inviting all these horrible experiences, witnessing it happening in front of my eyes to the people I know, to the people I love, to the people I thought they will live long enough to enjoy to experience the essence of their existence. And though they left this life so early without even realizing that they are alive. So as a Palestinian, it's extremely difficult moment. It's extremely being the subject of this slaughterhouse, being the target, being the blame for absolutely no sin ever we have committed in our lives. We are people, farmers living in our land. We didn't invite all this. We didn't ask for it. We didn't chase it. We didn't look for it. It just invaded our lives, invaded the dreams of our children.
Can I ask you, can you
the
put your
hope.
Hanan, can you put your camera on? It might help, because sometimes your
Yeah.
words drift away.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
No, it's good if we can see your
because
mouth.
because I don't have so much battery on my mobile, so I need to save some.
Okay.
Anyway,
Can I ask you a question
yes.
to clarify? So, were you born, brought up, and raised in Palestine and
Yes.
in Gaza, or which part? And
In
how have you come
West
to
Bank.
France? Sorry, in the West Bank.
In Palestine, West Bank. I was born, raised, got married, made my children. I stayed in Palestine until 2007. I'm now 57 years old, and I lived all the experience. I went through the first time I realized the evil when I was 5 years old, when I saw the soldiers beating my father because he just decided in the under curfew to go and get us some water to drink. And I saw the army, the soldiers jumping out of the jeep, beating my father in front of my eyes. I didn't realize at that time, what does it mean? What does these people, who are these people? Why they are doing this? I have absolutely no sense, no understanding of this reality until I had to face it at the age of 5 years old. And this is when I went through it accompanied me all my life, where I had to keep struggling for survival until I saw the big bullet 30 centimeters away from my daughter's bed. 30 centimeters missed the bullet my daughter had. So it's accompanied me all my life until now. And it only gets worse. Then I ask myself, am I inviting this? Are we somewhere as a collective conscious, inviting all this evil? Why it's coming to us? What happened in human nature transformed human nature to be that evil? And I saw it gradually growing, as if there is something was nourishing this evil. There is something that was feeding it up. It came from outside. It doesn't come from within. There is something. There is something in the human collective conscious also that is gradually shifting the human brains into becoming more and more evil. I remember the soldiers who I used to encounter when I was 16 years old, and at least I could have conversation with them. Now, a soldier means death. If I encounter an Israeli soldier, it immediately means death. There is no way I might survive it. And I have seen it happening to people I know.
It's got more extreme. Yeah.
It's becoming more and more vicious, more evil, more diabolic.
I think this is a huge issue. Can I ask Doug, maybe you could answer this, because you were saying that evil is an objective thing. We may have created it subjectively, like spiritually, but it is something existing. And if it manifests through, say, a soldier pointing a gun at you, you can't just go into meditational bliss and say, I'm going to dissolve you. We don't have those. We can't do that. We have to deal with the objective conditions, don't we? How would you deal with this?
Yeah. Well, first, I would say that there's no conceptual framework, I think, that is adequate to address the real pain that you have experienced, and I, as a white male in America, have not. So I want to honor that whatever I say here is going to automatically be inadequate. I think that the three things that are coming to my mind, and this will be only 1 minute that I will share. First is the Jewish, and I don't hope that's not a trigger word for you. Let me just say the Jewish instinct to include lamentations inside of their sacred scriptures, I think, is an important human archetype. That there is a type of way to actually nullify this great bash, what I call that collective thought form, through feeling and grieving and lamenting without projecting. And I think it takes an incredibly high level of person to do that, to feel all the feelings, to lament without projecting. But also, it is important to note that I am not suggesting that we roll over and not address true injustices. The trick is, and this is, again, I think one of the wisdoms coming from Richard Rohr in the Franciscan tradition, is how do we become activists for equality in a way that we do not demonize the other? We can that is the trick, because we demonize the other and hold them as fully responsible, then we participate in that same thought form, but now we're doing it inside of it while thinking and believing we're doing it in the name of liberation, but we actually are enmeshed in it all the more. So what I tell people, and I hope that I'm an activist myself, fight, but do so from the center that holds all the tensions, even inside of me, and do not project and say they are the problem, but it is a we are a problem.
Thomas, can I come in, please? After Doug, can I come in now?
Sure, please.
Yeah, because the last. Yeah, right. Thanks, Doug. I want to actually interact with the last speakers. Just for those who have come at the last stage, this is a co-organized event, yeah, by two different organizations. We're an Islamic, basically an Islamic think tank over a generation, 25 years before 9/11. And today's event is great to have different perspectives. However, I need to be quite clear. It's the Western, I'm trained in religious studies too, from Edinburgh University. The Western secularization of knowledge and religion is quite different from the East. And I can certainly talk about Islamic civilization. Point one, that's become quite clear from this last session. You need to take that on board. For instance, many Muslims, we're in touch with many Muslim organizations and people. They're more worried about confronting evil. Let's be quite frank. Even I have talked about a 20 million man army that's necessary to overthrow the Anglo-American Western civilization. So you need to understand that we're coming from different worlds. And indeed, there is a clash. There's no point disguising these facts. There is a clash of civilizations here. No matter what you want to say, Also, I would even go as far as saying over the last 400 or 500 years, you've had a tradition of Western imperialism, genocide, starvation. That explains the current reality of many white Western countries doing nothing. But anyway, having said that, we're looking at solutions. And we're not just looking at this from current affairs, geopolitics. Even the ambassador was bemused about the dark reality. In other words, he didn't know why top decision makers are behaving like they are. He's not aware of the devilish, dark, satanic, Masonic, Illuminati forces out there. The point I want to make is, I want to engage with you guys. Point one, there is a spiritual warfare, and in the Islamic tradition, we have the Sufi movement. I think Satyan mentioned that. Indeed, that was how India, despite the propaganda, accepted Islam for over a millennium. It wasn't just the sword. I'm not saying there weren't invaders, there were, not just Muslim even before them, Aryan, but it was a Sufi tradition. And we had an Indian Muslim leader speaking today. So anyway, what's the point? The point is we need to engage. In Canada, for instance, there's a great Western, I think he's a revert, Sheikh Miramadi. I don't know if you know him in Vancouver. Brilliant, articulate Sufi order, very active on the internet. I think you need to engage with Sufi masters who are quite articulate in English, perhaps more than people here, and who understand the dark reality, if you want to call it demonic or satanic, and how to, for humanity, not just Muslims, how to transform. You're talking about transformation. That is nothing new to Islamic civilization, which grew from 0 to 2 billion. It's nothing new. So we have we don't just have the Sharia or legalistic and sectarian groups. We also have the Sufi tradition. So that's my point. And you got people like him and Sheikh Hamza Yusuf in California, his institute, Zaytuna in California, and you got that Sufi master, Sheikh in Vancouver, Mohammad and Way. So that's a contribution, yeah? Having said that, final point about the personal reality of the devil. In my speech, with so much you missed, I mentioned the creation of, he was a great believing, force, what do you call jinn, what we call jinn force, the Azazel, who rebelled for the creation of Adam, became Iblis Shaitan. Then I mentioned the creation of Adam after the creation of the angels and the jinn, who are made of smokeless fire. That is at the micro level. And then I mentioned the coming of Imam Mahdi, the rightly guided Muslim global leader, the Dajjal, if you want to call him the evil force, and second coming of Jesus. What I failed to do, or didn't have enough time, is to bring it at the micro level. In the micro level, in Islamic belief, all humans, all creatures, we call them Adam, human beings, have two angels. In the Islamic belief anyway, we have an angel on the right side of our shoulder, or on the shoulder, and on the left from day one. And they're recorders basically, of all our thoughts and actions. So as clay beings, as human beings, we're totally naive about, because of the secular, secularization of knowledge, reality. But from an Islamic belief, the Jews and Christians, we need to check what they believe in. But we believe that there are two angels with every, and I mean every, human being on this planet. But I've just checked, we also have a jinn, smokeless fire creature, who is a follower of the devil, who is tempting. He doesn't force you. He is tempting your consciousness. So that's at the micro level. So, but we have, methodology to, what's the word, neutralize that and overcome that by remembrance of God, zikr, meditation, prayer, and good acts. So that's all I want to say, but I want to devote everyone's attention, because the conference does mention World War III. The devil is there in the Islamic tradition. He has a network, an army of, I mentioned the jinn forces, the evil ones in particular, who influence human decision making and structures, policies, attitudes, practices in this world. And those who are coming from the Western hemisphere, who may have more power, who may temporarily have more power, need to realize that the Muslim civilization, who is being victimized, to victimize, you need to demonize, you need to dehumanize for destruction. They have a different view on the devil. And the devil is, you need to take him on. Indeed, we've been given the notion of jihad. I'll stop there. Yeah.
Could
Ian, do you want to come in here?
Yes, I think I'm having difficulty with this damn thing. All night I've had trouble with it. Now, my question is to the first of the last three speakers. I've forgotten his name. But my question to him is, does he see a relationship between the problems of those like me who suffer from delirium and the other issues that he was discussing?
Are you addressing Moeen, who just spoke? I think you are.
No, the first of the last people.
Okay, Satyan, I think that was for you in that case. So, not quite sure what the question is, but
I think he's asking Jürgen.
okay. Well, whoever wants to take that. Ian,
Where's Jürgen?
Here.
Yeah.
Can you just repackage what your question is quickly?
I have suffered from 4 years with a severe case of delirium. I'm not sure that I've got the name correct there. The psychiatric disorder. And I would like your comments, your discussion of the relationship between what I have suffered and the images and circumstances that you discuss.
Okay, I think I can answer to your dilemma really, because when I started having out-of-body experiences, I was also working in a mental hospital with schizophrenic people. And the first thing I noticed that the people who were diagnosed as schizophrenic, all that was wrong with them was that certain filters breached in their brain. And therefore, they were accessing other reality levels. And their problem and their challenge was based on the fact that they couldn't align these two different realities. And as a result of this, confusion manifested in their lives. And to me, that was quite, as I have experienced myself, I had the experience of parallel realities. For example, I was riding along a bicycle physically along the beach, but at the same time, I was aware of an astral environment which differed completely from the reality I was actually traveling through and I was aware of. Now, the thing was that I could integrate these two realities because I have been practicing meditation and I had a focus point which was basically the witness. I could see things clearly without getting into the turmoil of misidentifying. And that was a big help when you practice meditation. You are aligning yourself to a unity consciousness, which is basically not affected by the external experience. So you become more like a witness and you don't enter into the confusion of it. You just experience these two realities more like dream images, without identifying actively in one or the other. And I think basically, when I was working in a hospital, I had a really interesting experience with people who were diagnosed as schizophrenic, and I very quickly realized that they were not mad. That they were normal people who had their filters impacted, for discrimination. And that created a really good relationship between us. And so we sort of navigated these things together. And I used art therapy, people to express their two different worlds they were experiencing, and trying to come to an alignment with them, not demonizing one or the other, but sort of accepting them as a witnessing what you're experiencing rather than judging it. Okay, that's perhaps the best thing I can say to that.
That's very helpful, I'm sure, Jürgen. I think what I've been trying to do is get meditation available, classes on every psychiatric ward in the country and in Australia. There should be trained teachers like you that can go and teach meditation to the psychiatric wards under the NHS system. So you should try and find a teacher in Melbourne, Ian. It would be really good for you. Inga, you've been very patient, and please do share some final thoughts on what's been a feast of a day. Yeah. Joining us from Norway.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly how to comment and how to reflect and how to give my final words. But what I'd like to say is that I think we have to include the grace and the greatness and the grandiosity of the African continent, and really to really understand that the deep history of the Pharaohic times or in the Middle East is an African history as well, the Great Kush. So that is one perspective I really like us to include. And when it comes to the so-called colonial hangover that we have in defining reality and the conflicting reality between the patriarchal religions, I like to remind us that the mayor of London is a Muslim. The cultural minister, the Khan, the cultural minister of Norway, she is a Jaffrey coming from Pakistan as well. So the multicultural identity or the mesh of being human today, we have to recognize and not be living deads of that reality that is influencing all of us. So I think the demon within, of course, we have it, but I like to address in the French Revolution, if we take it from that point, and the Marquis de Sade and the misunderstanding of love and sexuality. Where is this taking us on the planet today, especially for the young ones? When it comes back to the Khan and London, he had a problem to breathe. That's why he turned into an activist on environment. And the pollution, the particle pollution of burning the oil and the gas, that is polluting or genes. So that's evil. So the evilness that we don't know that we're doing to each other and to the planet, that's where the danger is. And how do we bring that up to a level where the clean water and the clean air that we like to breathe, to centralize our existence as human beings? Then again, back to the Sufism and the love. My encounter with Sufi comes from Azerbaijan, and the Greek and the understanding of the Muslim world, how it encountered into the divine music and poetry of the Sufism, and how that is, we can get the Silk Road activated through music and arts and culture again. how can that be done? The Norwegian government is putting a total defense year of 2026, forgetting arts and culture, the glue of being human. So in the spirit of the divine goddess, how can that really be welcoming the art of being human beyond the devil speaking on behalf in the noosphere?
We didn't.
I don't know how to add, but I'm just addressing. We should be careful, even in this community now, how we take it to the next level of understanding the art of being human in all its complexity.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I mean, I just wanted to say that we heard a brilliant talk from Matt, but he did his degree at the University of Moscow, and he's very familiar with the Russian demonic traditions around Putin. And there's a whole other talk. Maybe if we do this again in a year, Matt could give us a whole breakdown of why Putin invoked Satan when he invaded Ukraine. I'd love to hear his explanation for that.
Or Chechnya, Thomas. Let's not forget Chechnya.
No, the anti-Muslim hysteria emanates a lot from Putin's Moscow. And, Chechnya was one of the first to go. And then, of course, what they did in Syria, that's a whole other conversation. But Matt, would be good to get on that. Look, I think we're coming to the end. It's 6:30. Any final thoughts, James?
Can we ask James to come up?
Hand up.
Well,
sorry.
And this is a final thought. First of all, he wasn't doing what he's done out of evil. He was protecting his own people who were left behind when Russia was divided off by the agreement. And they were being attacked by the Azov battalions run by the current president of Ukraine. That's why he went in there. It developed into a full-scale war because NATO got involved, and because Zelensky was paid by the neocons in America, principally Victoria Nuland, to go for democracy, and as if that was something different. Anyway, that's one thing. The thing I really want to grasp or deal with is this business of not demonizing people. Of course, you shouldn't demonize people, but I can't believe that anyone on this planet wouldn't see what the Israeli army and with the American army are doing to Iran, having done to Palestine and Gaza, and at the same time doing to Lebanon, and have previously done to Syria.
Yes.
Demonic. Then you're on a different planet from the one I'm living on, and I think we're entitled to demonize them. Okay, they demonize those people they're attacking, but there's no real rationale for it because Iran hasn't attacked Israel. The Palestinians have got no hope of attacking anybody. They haven't got a single weapon between them. Okay, one or two people in Yemen and Hezbollah have tried to get justice for the Palestinians by occasionally throwing a missile at the Israeli army, but you can't really call them demons for that. I think they're heroic humanitarians. They're trying to save the Palestinians from a fate worse than death, i.e. slow death by starving of water and food and medicine and everything else. That's all I want to say. As long as
well, you're right, James. That's modern barbarianism. That's the point I made. However, I said this modern barbarism has got a history of at least 400 years from the rise of Western civilization. I'm articulating that on our website. However, when you say that to Westerners, are they prepared to look themselves in the mirror? That is what you're facing, or what we are facing, the world is facing. Western civilization is a threat to global civilization, global peace and security. Unless you grab that demon, we're going to get nowhere.
Well, if you look at the history of Western colonization,
yes,
behind it are the same people who are colonizing the Middle East now. The Rothschilds have been funding explorations into other countries. Our sailors and soldiers have suffered for that. They don't do it because they want gold or whatever it is, but the people who do, who are driving it, are basically of the same cult as the people in Tel Aviv.
Yes.
Well,
we agree. We agree.
Yeah, we got a couple more hands here. Why don't we go to Satya next? You've been listening to this, and then we'll come back to Jameson. Yeah.
I would like to speak and say, first of all, there was a woman, I don't remember her name, Thomas, that you called on, and her phone had to go. She was asking a question, and she was in the middle of hell. She could hardly speak. I think she said a soldier had killed her father.
I think this is Hanan Aruri. She's still with us on this call.
That's right. Deeply moved by this woman there was a call for how can we not speak about evil when evil is going on right now and that family members are being killed. She's looking into the eyes of soldiers that are hurting and people are just keep hurting and hurting. And there is definitely something in the world. There is this tension that is pressing into us, and then some of us it's imploding inside of us.
Yes.
And I want to say that there is something heavy. I don't want to use this. Might not be popular, but I'm not here to be popular. The word evil is, when the word evil is used, and when we put when we give to an energy, our energy, and say, you are evil, what we've done is we've taken our humanity and we are putting it onto others and saying, you are this. And then what happens is we're closing our eyes off to actually what is going on and unable to be discerning and take right action. When we give the energy to a group, Jameson has brought up the word gaslighting. I use that word gas when we gaslight and we light up, we actually light up an energy and we give it our energy. We light it up with our energy and we say, this is evil. This is part of our human fabric. There is no part of that is not a part of us also. And when we give energy and we say, okay, you are this, you are that, the world starts to burn and we're burning in it. What I feel we need to do is we need to come back and we need to recognize that the what we quotation evil that we see is a part of our human fabric. Our human family that has existed for eons and will continue to, if we put a name to something else exterior to ourselves and we say, you are doing this, you need to be eliminated, you need to, it's going to keep going. It's going to just keep going. Action, yes, needs to be taken. Yes, action needs to be taken. Right action needs to be taken. There are wrongs that are happening in the world. Yes, it needs to be taken. But to take a part of our humanity and say you are evil is not the right. I don't feel that it is the right direction. The right direction is to come back to self and introspect and say, okay, I am going to love my human family. I'm going to love in the face of evil, because do you know what? I'm not speaking from a place of, butterflies and rainbows. I have felt true evil. I have actually felt an evil force come on to me and hold me. I have felt what Jurgen is saying. I have felt this. I felt it to the point of being dropped to the ground and held down in this evil. And when I put my focus on that evil, I'm going down. But when I remember who I am, which is part of that human family, when I remember the love that is bigger than the evil that I want to put on, that is bigger. When I remember that, the evil, so-called evil, cannot survive in that. This is a plea from my feminine heart to the world to say that there is something greater that is happening here. And we cannot keep damaging our human family. We have to recognize that there is no other. That there is no other, that the evil that we want to say, that's our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our fathers, uncles, aunts. That is part of our family. And when we forget that family and we think that there's something outside our family, just a second, when I think there's something outside of our family, that's when we're going down. Blessed be all of you. And for all of your expression, no one is wrong. I'm just sharing my feminine plea. That is it.
Thank you. I'd like to ask again, Vandana's joined us, our Jane friend. Do you have anything you'd like to share? You'll have to unmute if you do. I'd love to hear a Jane perspective on all this. And then I've got a thing I want to read out to finish. Let me go to the thing I was going to read out, which follows on very nicely from what Suzanne was saying. So here in France, there's a booklet here from my local church called God is Love. And it's in French, written by the former Pope, who we just buried recently, Benedict, who was the philosopher Pope. And it's a beautiful little writing. It was an encyclical with papal authority. And he pointed to a scripture I just want to read out, which is very relevant to this discussion we've been having, if we think about it. It's a quote from the letter of St. Paul to the Galatians, and it is Easter Sunday, so I want to kind of end with this, really. And what happens is, it's very famous, you'll probably recognize it. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. For he who sows to his own flesh will from the flesh reap corruption. But he who sows to the Spirit will from the Spirit reap eternal life. And let us not grow weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap, if we do not lose heart. So then, as we have opportunity, let us do good to all people, and especially to those who are of the household of faith. I love that passage, but I want to comment after today's meeting that one of our jobs is whatever faith we're in, whichever branch or brand of branding we're in, we should extend it. The household of faith is all of us. As Suzanne just said, it's not just Christians or just Muslims or just Jews or just pagans or just Druids. We should try and do good to people of all faith. And, that means every variety, which is why I did the periodic table, which I hope you can all access on the website or get a copy, order it from Canada. And I take away from that is one thing we can do. That's a spiritual inner transformation we can do to defeat this diabolic othering that's going on by extending our own sense of family. I'm a Muslim. I'm also Christian. I'm a Buddhist. I'm a Druid. I'm a Kabbalist. I'm a yogi. So are we all. We're all one great family here. And let's take from this meeting at least that, and let that hope spill over, so that I'm actually in conversation with the Pope to try and get him to set up a new dicastery for peacemaking reconciliation, and truth building. I've called on him to create a new special structure in the Vatican and this word truth building is what I think we now need on this planet, because there's so many rival conversations all accusing the other guys of lying. If we're ever going to get peace again, we have to build some truth. And that's what truth building's about. So anyway, I'll keep you posted. If the Pope sends me a green light, I'll let you know. But anyway, thank you so much for coming. Moeen, do you want to finish and do a closing prayer for us, please?
Well, okay. Yeah, I genuinely believe there is one religion, one mankind. You know, we're originally from Adam. So yeah, I mean, this ignorance, misunderstandings need to be eliminated. That's where I'm coming from. However, if there is evil coming from Muslims against Muslims, or non-Muslims against Muslims, I'm against it all. That's where I'm coming from.
Sure.
It's not about me waving the flag of global Islam. I believe the evil is within my community also. And even with myself, dare I say, you know, the inner battle, you know, we've got an inner battle, an outer battle. But just to conclude, yes, this was a joint event. And alhamdulillah, we have materialized it at a very, what's the word? As I said, the words don't describe what Hanan and other people like her are going through in the Middle East, and dare I say, other parts of the world. You know, there are God knows how many wars that are going on. So anyway, so just to say, yes, good collaboration. Obviously, various speakers don't agree with everything what others are saying, naturally. You know, we've got different views. However, I think the work on eschatology and related matters is definitely exploring solution diagnosis and solutions which the mainstream media are not. You know, it's all about geopolitics, political economy, current affairs. They're not going, to the undercurrents and the drivers, dare I say, spiritual forces. And we've made a contribution. Just to end on a positive note, because it's been recorded, and you've got people like Matt, you know, Eric, who's an internet guru, and Tony Gosling. Inshallah, we will try to video edit and upload some of the major contributions. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Thomas. And we have got a WhatsApp group, which is part of our, website. Our website's got about 20,000 videos from top thinkers globally, about 20 million hits. We've got a WhatsApp group. I've sent everyone, a link. Some people here are already there, but you're welcome not just to join, but send your videos, your comments, you know, to share with others. I've sent the WhatsApp number. So thank you. God bless. You asked me for a prayer. I keep it very simple. Many people make prayers and that's it. I believe in the power of prayer to transform reality and to make us participants in that change, to be the change. So I keep it very simple, the opening verse of the Quran. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. So that means I seek refuge from shaitan. That's every, chapter, small or big in Quran says that, starts with that. I seek refuge from shaitan and my addition, satanic forces. And then Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of the Creator, the most beneficent and merciful. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, the Lord of the worlds, plural. All praise to be the Lord of worlds. Rabbil Alameen, Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, the most beneficent and merciful. Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Maliki Yawmiddin, master of the day of judgment. We're all going to be accountable. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. We seek only from you help, And Ihdina siratal mustaqim, lead us to the right path. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم, those who thou hast blessed, غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين, not those who have your anger fallen upon them. Amen. May God bless all your work and have a blessed evening. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay,
Amen.
Thomas. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank
we'll
you, everyone.
meet again up the avenue, as Van
Yes.
Morrison
Yeah, we
says.
will. Yes. Well, thank you. Take care. God bless till next time.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Chloe
Thank
and
you
Thomas
all.
for organizing.
Happy Easter, and get in touch. We're here for you.
Easter blessings, everyone.
Yeah,
Cheers.
Easter blessings. Thank
Bye
you.
all.
Thank you.